This tale commences in an era when people inhabit space, in numerous galaxies apart from Earth. A squad of bounty hunters, designated the S-Devil, arrives at a vicinity pursuing someone. But they are astounded to discover the planet is brimming with radiation and noxious waste, which implies the individual they are seeking can't be there. Their commander, Young, the fiery devil who also serves as the craft's skipper, inquires of her android aide Sunja, who pilots their vessel if they are in the incorrect location. Sunja informs her that they obtained the accurate planet designation as provided to them by the patron, and it is the proper vicinity. Sunja impassively clarifies that they have reached the precise destination. They had aimed to reach the android, halts the ship in mid-flight, and elucidates that they have arrived at the planet Earth, which was where they intended to venture in the first instance. Young becomes irate and summons another comrade of the team, Robert, and dubs him a scoundrel for furnishing her erroneous intel. Robert gazes at the planet from the ship's portholes and perceives that something is peculiar. He states he is certain that this is the correct spot, but he also appears bewildered as to how the planet Earth has become so desolate and saturated with radiation. Yoon scowls at him and notes that the location is steeped in radiation and lacks the merest hint of oxygen. She queries him how it is conceivable that there is a high-value fugitive concealed there. Robert just keeps observing the planet through the viewport. Uncertain of what to articulate, the skipper mentions that it is not only preposterous that a high-value fugitive will be secreted in an uninhabitable cesspool of radiation, but also that he is a prominent figure of a syndicate known as the Black Blood Syndicate. Robert just glances at her and tentatively confirms that this appears to be the situation. Young becomes more incensed and begins to rail, but he admits that it is factual, even though it does not seem plausible. Robert clarifies that he acquired the intel when someone named Hao Moon infiltrated the primary system of the Beggar's Sect, which signifies it must be exceedingly reliable. Young looks toward Sunja, who is overseeing activities on the planet, and asks her assessment. Sunja bluntly informs her that if their quarry journeyed here, it would solely be to end their life. She explains that the oxygen concentration of the planet is 23.76%, and the radiation contamination degree is as elevated as 87 sieverts, which renders it ideal for self-destruction. Young becomes less optimistic by her rejoinder and queries her if it is feasible for a human to exist there whatsoever. Sunja elucidates that if such a human possesses a superior radiation barrier installed and a high-volume internal energy source that spans numerous cycles, they would possess a prospect, but by possessing a prospect, she clarifies that she meant they would endure for approximately 6 hours. Maximum before they perish. The skipper just gazes at her vacantly, since that was not the response she anticipated. Their excursion is appearing like more of a squandered effort at the moment. Young glares at Robert and informs him she will grant him the benefit of the doubt. She asks him what he will undertake if they descend to the planet and discover naught. She asks him if he will gamble his existence to atone for it. Robert falters backwards upon hearing her query and asks if she is implying that he forfeit his life. Just like that, the skipper exclaims and tells him they will go investigate. She warns that they had better locate their quarry there, because if he is not present, he can be certain he is doomed. Robert attempts to lighten the predicament, and he states that Sunja mentioned that she has identified a human life signature beneath the surface of the planet. But Young just becomes more exasperated. Young and Robert fashion a gateway to achieve entry into the ravaged and forsaken Earth. Sunja recites the coordinates of a life form pinpointed on the Earth and dispatches them there. She elucidates to them via the communication apparatus that in bygone times, the spot they are occupying was designated Mount Tai. True to its designation, it is a medieval location constructed on a mountain. Young and Robert just stand there, observing how much of a shambles it has become. Young is astonished to hear the name and asks Sunja if it is the same renowned Mount Tai they all recognize. Sunja confirms her inklings and informs her that it is the very locale. The old codgers from the Martial Confederation, termed a legendary haven. It is also the genesis of the Mount Tai star system. Young is surprised to learn the place has an association to the Grand People, who established the Martial Confederation, which is a confederation that was formed to uphold intergalactic tranquility, and ponders why their so-called fabled sanctuary resembles a refused site. The skipper alludes to the individuals who created the Martial Confederation as old fossils. She wonders why they do not perform some tidying in their sanctuary, since they amass so much revenue. Robert tells her that they are all bluster and no deed. He further clarifies that they do not involve their hands in anything. That does not yield them profit, which fascinates, say, Ryan as they continue operating. Sunja informs them that they have reached the spot where she detected some vitality. It proves to be a vacant expanse of terrain covered with sand and debris. Seo Young asks her if she is certain because there is naught there. Sunja tells her she is positive and informs her that there is something, or someone living directly beneath their feet. The skipper just gazes at the ground, pondering how is even feasible for a person to still be living. While interred underground, she leans forward and touches the ground, wondering if she should initiate the energy detonation right where they are positioned. Robert asks her what she is discussing and what she is contriving to do. Seo Young does not respond to him and just queries if whatever is down there is animate. She abruptly activates the energy from the internal energy mechanism she has secured to her midriff to conduct the energy needed to blast the ground open. An energy mechanism is some type of apparatus that permits humans to utilize ancient martial energy. As the internal energy mechanism starts to infuse her with might, a band of verdant energy begins to encircle her and envelop where she is stooped. Seryung deduces that she would have long asphyxiated if she was the one interred that profoundly in the ground. She issues a directive to channel the energy to the ground, and her eyes illuminate the martial arts energy triggers an eruption that bores through the ground, underneath them ejecting a volume of sand that is obstructing their way. Some of the sand engulfs Robert, who is just standing there, oblivious that she intended to blast up the ground, still coated in the sand. He morosely tells her to perhaps give him a forewarning next time, so he can move out of the path. The skipper just peers into the chasm with a troubled expression on her face, wondering if there's truly anything beneath all this sand. She and Robert just stand before the sizable opening, pondering what to undertake next. The skipper signals to Sunja and asks her if there are still any indications of life beneath them, hoping she has not blasted the individual to fragments. Sunja tells her that she's receiving a tenuous signal, but there are still indications of life directly beneath them. She adds that there's also a rather substantial space down below, which suggests that there is some kind of subterranean installation there. Robert proposes that they deploy the electronic ladder to descend the chasm before he can conclude his remark. Sarah Young plunges directly into the chasm, which startles him. Robert just observes her and quips that she is always so impetuous. In the meantime, Sir Young leaps through the chasm and instructs Robert to trail her. She soon touches down at the bottom of the chasm, with Robert landing right after her. Wondering what sort of lunatic he has for a superior, they promptly encounter a massive door with some archaic inscription emblazoned all over it. The literal interpretation of the inscription on the portal is a proclamation by one Lee Mok Jin, which states as follows: the cosmos dreads me and has confined me with the grand dharma of arcane doctrines. If you ineptly attempt to rouse me, demise will welcome you first. Robert gazes at the ancient script and ponders what it conveys. The skipper signals to Sunja to decipher the script, utilizing her sophisticated AI faculties. Sunja informs them that it is an archaic vernacular, employed over 2 millennia ago, and it roughly signifies do not unseal if you do not wish to perish. Robert becomes enthused by the interpretation and affirms that his intelligence was accurate. After all, because only their quarry could have placed a written menace there. Sarah Young asks him why their quarry would inscribe his menace in an archaic vernacular that no one comprehends. Robert just falters and mentions that it could be plausible that he is the individual they are pursuing. The skipper tells him that they cannot be definite, but in any event, it is a favorable indication since they are menacing them not to unseal it. She starts to advance towards the portal and states that the menace must signify that there is something precious within. She positions her hands on the portal, and they both perceive a resonant sound. Abruptly, the portal unseals of its own volition. The pair just stand there bewildered. They resume their expedition and enter into a subterranean installation that appears to resemble a shrine. On a dais up front, a sizable entity that resembles a furred beast or a mass of tresses just sits there, But before you hear the remainder of this thrilling narrative, I encourage you to explore my secondary channel, where you can discover some prolonged videos from the primary channel, which I cannot disseminate here due to copyright. Fresh videos will be unveiled here likewise, so subscribe to not overlook it. You can locate link in the description. The entity seems to possess human limbs, but its entire torso region is concealed by lengthy, shaggy hair. Robert swiftly espies it and ponders what it is. He observes that it resembles human, but the remainder of it does not appear human whatsoever. Seo Young just gazes at the entity blankly, appearing unmoved by the entire spectacle. She boldly ascends the steps, leading to the dais to scrutinize what the entity is. When she reaches the summit of the dais, the entity does not stir an iota, but just sits there like it is not cognizant of their presence. When she looks more intently, she realizes that he has a snout beneath the great volume of hair that is covering his cranium. It appears to be a man after all. But how can a man endure beneath all that debris for so prolonged? Robert, who just remains on the ground level, asks her if the entity is animate and asks if it is human. He quickly remembers that it has been interred for 2 millennia, and it could not conceivably be animate. Sir Young gazes blankly at the static entity and ponders what to make of it. The entity just sits there in utter quietude, and there is no means to ascertain whether it is defunct or animate. She resolves to break the stillness and extends the touch. She finally positions her digit on its snout, hoping to elicit some sort of reaction from the entity. The entity still remains static, even though her digit is on its snout and does not provide any reaction whatsoever. Something abruptly transpires which starts to unnerve Seo Young. Suddenly streaks of amethyst lightning start to issue from the spot. She touched him, and it appears like she has roused him. Her eyes dilate because she never anticipated any of this to occur. The entity's eyes begin to blaze with a fiery crimson luminescence, and streaks of amethyst lightning continue to issue from its physique, and it resembles some Olympian deity. Siriung suddenly becomes vigilant and recoils, swiftly activating a discharge of energy through her palm. Since she is not certain what the entity is, the entity does not evade the way, but it seems to project an energy barrier around her palm, between itself and Saryung. She becomes astonished by what is transpiring and unleashes the energy ray to obliterate. The torrent of energy impacts with the barrier the entity had erected and detonates between them, and it seems far greater than what she can manage in such close proximity. The entity magnifies and reroutes the assault. The energy torrent saturates the entire subterranean installation and creates another sizable chasm in the ground directly above them. The energy liberated is so potent that it projects directly into space and soars past the Devil vessel, and even Sunja observes the ray misses the craft by merely a few meters, and it would have been consumed if it was stationed elsewhere. The energy torrent alerts Sunja, who queries them what is occurring over the comms. She calls out to the skipper to ascertain what is occurring and what she did to initiate the energy torrent, but she receives no rejoinder. Sunja keeps calling out to Seo Young and Robert and starts to become apprehensive when she does not get any reply. Meanwhile, while Sunja calls for their heed over the comms, Seo Young just reclines on the ground several meters from a dais. As it seems the force of the energy had propelled her a few feet distant. Her radiation barrier appears to have been marginally fractured, and she seems to be exsanguinating from a wound. Seo Young crawls backward and leans on a proximate wall, still mute because of what had just transpired. A few meters from her, Robert reclines on the ground, evidently stunned by the force of the detonation. Seo Young soon fixes her gaze on the entity on the dais, who now stands directly before her. The entity stands erect and advances towards her, appearing unharmed by the force of the detonation. The entity queries her who she is, but Seo Young just reclines there and gazes at her. Still in stupefaction, the entity asks her who dares rouse him, but he still receives no rejoinder from Seo Young. Seo Young just gazes at it blankly, and it seems she does not comprehend what it is articulating. She continues to gaze at it, uncertain of what to undertake and what the entity is. The entity starts to muse to itself. If Seo Young's impolite rousing is a confrontation, it queries If a martial practitioner capable of challenging him has at last emerged. Instances elapse, and Sarah Young just sits on the ground, still uncertain of what will transpire next. Meanwhile, Robert is still unconscious and is not cognizant of any of the events occurring. The entity commands Sarah Young to articulate and provide him a rejoinder, but it seems like she does not comprehend what he is articulating, so she keeps gazing at him in perplexity. The man-like entity impetuously insists that she inform him why she has opted to rouse him. Sarah Young suddenly becomes incensed that she cannot comprehend a syllable of what he is articulating, so she resolves to activate her instantaneous translation function. The entity elevates its hands, and it resembles a man. She hears him menace to eliminate her if she does not answer his queries, and it seems he does not realize that she does not speak his vernacular. Saryan becomes alerted by his menace to eliminate her and attempts to rise. As the entity elevates up his hands, he reiterates his menace to eliminate her if he does not receive a rejoinder. The skipper springs directly into action and projects rays of lightning at him, wondering what kind of monstrosity she is confronting. The force of her assault causes another colossal detonation that lands directly on the entity and subjects it to immense heat. She fashions another explosive sphere in her hands and tells the entity to perish. She keeps hurling volleys of explosive energy at it, which engulfs the entity till all you can perceive is conflagration and vapor. Hoping it would perish, the entire cavern becomes strewn with sand that is dispersed around by the continuous barrage of explosive might. Siriung resolves to repose for a moment. After she becomes fatigued from expending so much might, she starts to respire heavily to compose herself. An internal drive system notifies her that she has surpassed the drive's capacity, because she has utilized 1.2 cycles out of the 1.14 that is accessible out of thin air. The entity materializes out of the debris, utterly unharmed, and advances towards her. In the meantime, Sarah Young's energy system cautions her to replenish her internal energy so she can continue combating the entity just stands before her, and not a single hair on it seems to have been impacted by all the detonation. The skipper appears astonished and ponders how it is still in the same condition after all those impacts. The entity scrutinizes her martial art method and informs her she employed the quantum, golden apex divine art, and the crimson mist divine palm. He mentions that though they're the martial art of the Emmy faction, he has observed that it seems to possess numerous taints, which suggests that she acquired it through pilferage. He tells her that in different terms, this signifies that she is just a pilferer barely managing, with abilities she procured from tomb raiding. And he appears infuriated. He suddenly starts to float off the ground, and an amethyst luminescence envelopes him, causing a cataclysmic vortex to gyrate through the cavern. Sire Young just gazes at him in terror, since she has depleted her power to unleash. The entity queries her what audacity a mere pilferer possesses to disturb his perpetual slumber. As his amethyst energy starts to escalate more and more, Sarion continues to gaze at him, fearful that he is going to initiate an assault to obliterate her. He finally proclaims that she is going to perish and proceeds to initiate his assault. Something peculiar transpires, which astonishes the skipper and causes her to collapse to the ground. The entity plummets face first to the ground, and it seems to be defunct. Sariung just observes from a distance, wondering what has befallen it. She asks herself what the devil just transpired, and observes the entity who seems to have fainted before her. After menacing to eliminate her just a few moments prior, she hears a voice from behind, who tells her the entity must have perished. It proves to be Robert, who has at last awakened from his repose. He tells her it is only logical that it perish after being subjected to the radiation on the planet without a protective barrier. He ponders how the entity was able to endure for so prolonged before perishing. Sunja suddenly informs them that the entity is still animate because its respiration and pulse are still regular. Robert is astonished and asks her why the entity abruptly collapsed. Sunja performs some assessments and tells him that the entity seems to have collapsed from energy exhaustion. She further clarifies that its physique is sound, but the power cell inside its abdomen seems entirely depleted, which further perplexes Robert. Seo Young is astonished when she hears that it had fainted due to energy exhaustion in its abdomen. Seo Young still stoops near the wall, enervated from the energy she has expended. As she and Robert gaze at the static entity, she deduces that in different terms, It must have fainted from malnourishment, which signifies it was famished, from not having consumed for the past 2 millennia. Hours subsequently, the pair return to their vessel, and Robert remonstrates about something to the skipper. He asks why she transported it along into the vessel, and he vociferates they should have abandoned it behind, particularly because of how perilous it appeared to be in the cavern. He reminds her of how the entity went amok just moments prior, and how it seems more arduous to eliminate than to eliminate a vermin with a nuclear detonation. He further mentions that at least a radioactive vermin would be valued at a few credits. But this deranged monstrosity is not valued anything to them, and there is no necessity to transport along. Meanwhile, they all gaze at the static entity that Saryong had enveloped in some sort of ligature to restrain it from moving about. Saryong insists that the entity is worth currency. Robert and Suanya just gaze at her blankly, wondering what she signified by that. They await her to elucidate, but she just stands there, with the entity still reclining before them. She continues by stating the entity is not merely worth currency. It is worth copious amounts of it, they both exclaim when she states that. Wondering what she signifies, Sir Young asks them what the most precious cultural legacy they possess currently is. Sunja answers that the archaic martial arts are the most precious cultural legacy. She adds that the nearer the art is to the primordial form, the more exorbitant it is. Sir Young concurs, and mentions that it is evident that the furball that they apprehend is an archaic martial practitioner from approximately 2 millennia prior, and no less founded on the inscriptions on his cavern. She clarifies that 2 millennia prior was a fabled epoch, when martial arts were exceedingly sophisticated. She states that even the lowermost tier, F-grade methods from that period can command at least 10,000 credits. She also adds that the entity is not on a low tier like F-grade, and he was likely a grandmaster. That was at least an S rank or superior. Robert follows her line of reasoning and blurts out they would be striking the bonanza if he genuinely is S rank. He mentions that the sole complication they can have now is if he awakens on their vessel. Sire Young tells them not to fret, because she bound him with Empyrean silkworm filaments that are utilized in starship refurbishments. She vaunts that even the head of the Shaolin faction could not sever it if he desired to moments later. They hear a tearing sound, and Sir Young ceases speaking when she realizes what just transpired. She glances behind her, hoping it is not what she surmises. When she looks back, the entity has effortlessly torn her prize, Empyrean silkworm filaments. Like a flimsy covering, he just stands there gazing at them. He resumes his menaces by asking what impudence inferior tomb raiders like them possess to profane him. He starts to blaze in fiery wrath again, and menaces to rend them to pieces. The skipper starts to rail in anger as she draws her blade, because she did not anticipate him to liberate himself so readily, and Robert starts to reproach her, because he had informed her this would transpire. While they prepare to confront him, they are astonished by what occurs next, as the entity illuminates in a blazing splendor and prepares to consume them. Sunja ambles before him with a platter laden with grilled frankfurters. The frankfurters appear so enticing, and the fragrance permeates the ambience in the starship. Robert and Sir Young observe in astonishment as events swiftly reverse. Contrary to what they anticipated, the entity swiftly disregards the confrontation and starts to devour the platter of frankfurters like a maniac. All 3 of them observe as the entity sits on their table and frantically ingests the frankfurters, disregarding their presence. The skipper asks Sunja how she discerned that would succeed. Sunja just tells them it was palpable, since he has been famished for an exceedingly prolonged duration. She clarifies that the optimal thing for any famished beast is a sausage. They can only manage to exclaim at Sunja's astuteness and swift cerebration. Meanwhile, the vessel remains poised near planet Earth, where they had just departed moments prior. A few moments subsequently, the entity has a refined discourse with the Devil bounty hunters. He recounts what they had conveyed to him, that they are not tomb raiders, but merely bounty hunters, who inadvertently roused him just to rectify matters. He also asks that they had stated that this cosmos is the cosmos 2 millennia after his epoch, where humans had progressed further in their inclinations to injure each other. Consequently, they ravaged the cosmos and have resolved to inhabit the firmaments. Young tells him that matters have settled ever since then, because the humans resolved not to permit any armaments. Apart from martial arts, including nuclear armaments, our fellow just asks what nuclear armaments are, since he is about 2 millennia ancient, and does not know what nuclear armaments are. Still perplexed, he asks the bounty hunters what the present epoch is designated. Sir Young asks him what he signifies, because they no longer denote times as epochs anymore. She tells him it is the year 1105 in the Galactic Almanac. The entity asks them why they are employing the galactic year, and sardonically asks them if they also inhabit the firmament, because their narrative seems like a notion too difficult to accept. They believe he is starting to comprehend his narrative. So S.A.R. Young tells him that they roused him after 2 millennia, and he should be profoundly appreciative. The entity becomes exasperated by her utterances and narrative, and dubs at Balderdash. He asks who she believes she is addressing, and if she even knows who he is. He insists that they are third-tier Tomb Raiders, and they are attempting to delude him with their preposterous narratives. He starts to blaze up again in wrath, and he asks them if they desire to perish by deceiving him. The 3 bounty hunters merely gesture to the proximate porthole on the vessel, signaling for him to observe for himself. He swiftly turns around and observes what they are indicating. The entity becomes mesmerized, and he is stunned at what he beholds out of the porthole. A panorama of the radiation-saturated Earth along with the sun, which hovers in the distance, is distinct. Sir Young tells him to look intently at the location over there, referring to him as Furball, then amending herself and referring to him as Patriarch and Master. She tells him the planet directly before them is where he resides. He looks at the radiation-saturated Earth and asks if that is genuinely the cosmos he resided in, stunned at how matters have become. The skipper replies with an affirmation and tells him it is utterly devastated now. As the entity moves toward the porthole to get a nearer view, she attempts to console him and asks him if he now believes they are articulating the verity. Now that he has beheld it for himself, he suddenly starts to blaze again, and he states that even if he desires to believe, they surely do not anticipate him to believe that the terrain he was standing on is spherical. The skipper just strikes her cranium, wondering how astonishingly unenlightened he must be. Robert just gazes at them in astonishment. The aroma of the entity's hair and fetid physique fills the vessel, and the skipper starts to wonder where the dreadful aroma is originating from. She swiftly covers her snout and tells him that he will learn the remainder subsequently, but asks him to take a laving first and perhaps shear his hair, since they're going to be cohabiting for a period regardless. Our fellow just asks what they signify by laving, since they never had lavings in this civilization. C.O. Young makes it more explicit and tells him to go perform an ablution. The 3 bounty hunters await outside their lavatory, while the new fellow takes a laving in their bathroom within. The entity relishes the laving period and takes his valuable time, since he is too ancient to be hastened regardless. While he has an ablution, they leave a pair of garments on the ground for him to don. When he is finished, Robert asks the skipper why she did not just leave the fellow's hair as it was. Meanwhile, the fellow shears all his hair off, and it accumulates on the ground. Robert shares his apprehensions with the skipper, that he is uneasy that some desiccated entity will emerge from the bathroom, since the fellow has shorn off all his hair. Robert pauses mid-remark to look at the new fellow, who had just exited from the bathroom, and Sarah Young also becomes motionless. The new fellow exits appearing much more immaculate, with water cascading from his physique. He dries his hair with a heated cloth, and his revealed physique shows that he is not a monstrosity after all, but he appears human. He removes the cloth out of the way to reveal a splendid, youthful countenance with ebon adornments and a bronze. Fails to perceive the reality that the trio of them merely remain there, gazing upon him dumbfounded, and he queries them if there remains additional of what he consumed previously. Sarah Young stares at him with eyes agape, since she was anticipating a cantankerous appearing ancient being, and not such a captivating individual. She speculates who this fellow might be. Subsequently, the vessel maintains its trajectory throughout the cosmos and departs the vicinity surrounding Terra to journey elsewhere entirely. The newcomer is just riveted to the viewports, and gazes at all the astral entities, as it is his initial occasion viewing them this intimately. He reflects inwardly that this appears to be the firmament after all, and they were not deceiving him. He contemplates how he formerly bemoaned that the very cosmos is confined, yet he now comprehends that it is genuinely expansive and peculiar. From a blue, an individual nips his visage whilst he's gazing through the viewport pane. He glances adjacent to him and perceives Sari Yan nipping his cheeks. As she vacantly gazes upon him, she scowls and queries him regarding his age. She apprises him that the eons he passed in stasis do not factor. Merely, so he understands while the commander interrogates the newcomer. Robert and Sunja observe them, pondering how peculiar the whole circumstance is. They shortly arrive in an edifice that appears to be constructed within a planetoid, which resides in the Pleiades. The Pleiades is a constellation of stars within the galactic stream. The edifice is the planetoid celestial cantina, where denizens dwelling in cosmos convene to enjoy themselves. Within the cantina, there is a hostelry named the Untamed Crane, with individuals partaking beverages and victuals further down. At one of the surfaces, Sunja observes in utter dismay as she beholds something that truly astounds her. The newcomer just gazes directly at her, pondering what is such a significant matter. The inconceivable vista is now distinct, as our fellow crams 6 portions of frankfurters into his very maw simultaneously, with a further alp of frankfurters still arrayed before him. Robert murmurs to Sunja and queries how a mortal could ingest so much, and Sunja remarks that he has been utterly famished for the preceding 2 millennia. Robert grows more apprehensive and queries if he's intending to consume 2 millennia worth of sustenance, merely to sate his craving. And Sunja informs him that could be the reality, evaluating from the manner he's consuming. Shortly thereafter, our fellow empties the platters and gazes at the reward seekers, likely anticipating that they place an additional request. Concurrently, the proprietor of the Untamed Crane hostelry, Wong the 18th, confers with Soraya and is captivated by her solicitation. He queries to verify if she is genuinely seeking an intermediary. Seo Young confirms that she is, and states that it must be an individual affluent and resilient, since what she possesses to vend is exceptionally costly and most precious. He facetiously queries her how pricey the article must be to render. The usually relaxed, incandescent fiend. So agitated Sarah Ayong queries him what value a complete assortment of 2 millennia-old combat arts codices would command in value if they were all authentic and all S-tier. Her utterances startle Wong, who unseals his minuscule orbs and ceases drawing upon his smoke, to attend more intently to what she is articulating. He persists his drawing and then exhales a current of vapor, pondering the inquiry she posed him. Shortly thereafter, Wong is observed seated entirely by his lonesome, subsequent to the commander departing the parley. One of the proximate sentinels queries Wong if what she articulated could genuinely be factual. The sentinel persists by stating that S-tier authentics from 2 millennia past must be unbelievably precious. Wong merely persists, drawing his smoke, and informs him that the codices are entirely valued at nil currency. The sentinel queries anew to ascertain he perceived it accurately, as he's positive codices such as that could fetch a kingly sum. The proprietor reiterates himself and informs him that the codices are entirely valued at nil currency. He clarifies that if such articles were extant, merely 1 tome solitary could acquire a world and beyond. He speculates how a simple mid-level reward seeker, such as the incandescent fiend, can assert to have discovered a multitude of them, which implies they must be fabrications. He instructs the sentinel to descend from his fantasy and then eject them. Concurrently, Sir Young comes back to the surface and queries where Sunja has abruptly vanished. Robert informs her that she has departed to acquire some additional provisions, and queries how her discussion with the proprietor transpired. Sir Young's orbs illuminate, and she declares their discourse was favorable. She additionally remarks that Wong pledges to reach out to them forthwith. He locates an individual to purchase. Her focus is swiftly diverted to an object directly before them. Before them, the newcomer reclines upon one of the long settles, with 12 vacant platters carelessly discarded before him. As it appears, he must have consumed all the sustenance. The commander queries Robert that it is not feasible, that he ingested all that sustenance, and trusts her orbs are misleading her. Robert merely informs her that they're fortunate he simply ceased consuming. The commander places her palms upon her cranium in remorse and tells Robert that she would have undertaken something different. If it were not for the currency they could garner from this. While she's conversing, the tavern's entryway bursts asunder. The clamor attracts the focus of everyone in the cantina, who glance backward to discern who their visitors are. Some gentlemen garb in identical attire enter the cantina, and they appear as if they are trouble. Sarah Young is alerted by their advent. As it appears, she recognizes them. She recognizes the grave-appearing gentlemen as men from a faction designated the Celestial Demon Sect. How peculiar demon and heaven in the identical term. The chieftain of the squadron that entered the cantina commences to scrutinize the surroundings, and it appears like he's seeking someone. He examines the profiles of the individuals who are seated in the cantina through a futuristic ocular device. Meanwhile, Sarah Young affirms that the individual scrutinizing the cantina is none other than the leader of the Crimson Wolf Squadron of the Celestial Demon Sect, named Sunjin Woo-yu. Robert affirms that and remarks that the Crimson Wolf Platoon are the inquisitors of the Demon Sect. He queries why they're present. So Seo Young informs him that they specialize in pursuit, so they must be tracking someone. She whispers to him not to establish eye contact with them, so as not to exasperate them. Our fellow overhears them conversing and queries them if they just mentioned a demon sect. Sir Young turns around to confront him, pondering why he's intrigued by the sect. The new fellow, who still has particles of frankfurters on his maw, queries them if they could perchance be alluding to the Celestial Demon Sect, and it appears he recognizes them. The commander queries him how he knows the Celestial Demon Sect when he's been dormant for millennia of years. She realizes that the Celestial Demon Sect would have existed in his own epoch too. Our fellow gazes at her in astonishment and queries why the populace are not fleeing. In the presence of the Celestial Demon Sect, he informs them that if they were genuinely the Demon Sect members, people should be fleeing in trepidation. Sir Young queries him why they would flee. She remarks that the Celestial Demon Sect has its complications, but they still esteem themselves on being the foremost, traditional and faith-adhering sect in the cosmos, because they genuinely are the paramount. The new fellow gazes at her in astonishment. He ponders how the Demon Sect and the term traditional can be utilized in the same pronouncement. Abruptly, he reflects to himself that his aspiration, which had invariably felt vacuous and remote, appears to have genuinely come to fruition. Concurrently, Sanjin perceives someone peculiar while he's scrutinizing the assembly and pauses to verify a couple seated near him glance backward, pondering why he's looking at them. His objective is not the couple, but another gentleman who's quietly seated alone with his cranium on his surface. Sanjin approaches him and commands him to look upward, so he can perceive his visage when he looks upward. The system registers that his internal vitality is 52.7 C. It also displays the combat arts he knows and indicates that he's wanted on accusations of level 2 larceny and battery. Sanjin informs the man that today is his fortunate occasion because he's not the one they're targeting. He commands him to proceed to the Martial Confederacy immediately and go surrender himself, menacing to injure him if he does otherwise. Sanjin halts his pronouncement midway, and his orbs widen as he feels something peculiar. A palm seems to have landed upon his cranium, and Sanjin gazes vacantly, pondering who would possess the audacity to not only be near him, but to place their palms upon his cranium. It transpires to be our combat arts virtuoso, who commences to caress Sunjin's cranium like a feline. Our fellow remarks how commendable he appears, still patting his cranium like he's a juvenile. The combat artist virtuoso informs Sunjin that his seemingly unachievable aspiration appears to have come to fruition. Concurrently, the denizens in the cantina congeal and gaze at it because they've never perceived anyone possess the temerity to even approach a member of the demon sect. Some other fellows who are playing pasteboard cease playing, realizing that nothing but tribulation can arise from such an encounter. The combat arts virtuoso informs them that they've brought his aspiration to fruition, alluding to them as young ones. He commences to adulate over the Celestial Demon Sect and remarks that it's commendable that they contrived to do this. He proceeds further and embraces Sanwan's cranium, solacing him for the tribulations. The young ones must have tolerated to attain such a standing. Even the man, that Sanwan, was menacing, just speechlessly gazes at the combat arts virtuoso, pondering what the blazes is occurring. As he persists to embrace Sanwan's cranium, Sanwan does not move an iota, and queries if the new fellow is a juvenile with cognitive deficiencies. Roberts endeavors to placate Sanjin, and informs him that their comrade is not strictly mentally imbalanced, but he just lacks any social graces whatsoever. Sanjin designates the martial virtuoso a juvenile and informs him he should know it's also his fortunate occasion, and endeavors to remove his palms from around his cranium. He informs him that if he had discerned just a minuscule bit of combat art from his physique, he would have fragmented him to smithereens. Saizen endeavors to pull our fellow's palms off him, but realizes it's more arduous than he thought and commences to struggle. He's astonished that he cannot remove the kid's palm, regardless of how much vitality he's utilized. Robert ponders why the Crimson Wolf gang chieftain appears to be grunting, and queries Sai Young if something is amiss, but she informs him she's not certain. Sanjin tries harder to peel off the new fellow's palm, utilizing additional vigor from his combat arts technique, but it does not function, so he commences to imprecate. Sanjin resolves to make use of his internal vitality impetus, so the system activates something designated as Sanguine Wolfar at the maximum impetus rate. Sanjin's or becomes entirely white, and he entered into another state entirely. He contrives to release a great quantum of potency, and he displaces the new fellow, and he vociferates at him to cease trifling around. The vitality he releases is so potent that it encompasses the entire hostelry and knocks away several surfaces. The onlookers gaze at him in dismay, realizing that it's about to transpire. More denizens persist, watching him to know what's going to occur next. Some of his subordinates watch from astern with their mangacap. The combat arts virtuoso swiftly returns to his comrades and leaves about a meter of inner space between himself and Sanjin, who is about to bring down the whole edifice. Sanjin commences to calm down when he perceives that his adversary is uninjured, and he realizes the extent of devastation he has inflicted to the establishment. Seo Young informs Robert that it appears the Crimson Wolf Squadron chieftain is not in good condition recently, and that would elucidate his inability to remove the new fellow's palms. Concurrently, our fellow just stands there and gazes vacantly at Sanjin. The Crimson Wolf Squadron chieftain commences to scrutinize the new fellow, and he queries him who he is. He ponders how it's feasible that he is entirely unaffected by the release of so much vitality, when he was intending to slay him instantly. To make circumstances worse, the system scrutiny indicates that there is no record of the new fellow's internal vitality or combat arts, and he discovers he's not in the archives at all. Sanjin ponders how a pure, unadulterated being can possess zero internal vitality and still be animate. While he's reflecting, our fellow interjects his reflection and informs Sanjin that the Sanguine Wolf demon art that he just utilized is one of the subordinate level combat arts among the celestial demons' physique cultivation art. But he commends the fact the Sect has been able to transmit. He informs the Crimson Wolf Squadron chieftain that the sole complication is that his internal vitality and chi are not in concord, because it appears his training methodology is defective. Our fellow resolves to solace him by informing him today is his fortunate occasion, since he gets to meet him to assist him personally rectify it, which is an opportunity of a lifetime. Sanjin just gets more exasperated by his utterances and designates him a madman. He convokes a current of liquid appearing inferno and endeavors to slay the combat arts virtuoso on the spot. He convokes a blazing palm, which he designates as the Crimson Wolf Demon Talon's initial form. He swiftly strikes our fellow with the Demon Talon, but he simply circumvents it by arching backward and does not depart where he's standing. Behind the martial virtuoso, there's a current of inferno that demolishes the hostelry and causes populace to run around in trepidation. Sanjin persists his destructive spree and convokes another potency, designated the Crimson Wolf Detonation. But our fellow just circumvents that one too, with his palms still in his pockets. The Crimson Wolf Squadron chieftain commences to get truly incensed now, and he commences to convoke several potencies at once. He activates one Crimson Wolf concussion wave and a Crimson Wolf phantom talon at the same juncture. But the combat art virtuoso just circumvents it like its child's amusement. The veins in Sun Jin's cranium commence to protrude now, as he convokes all his vigor and intellect to endeavor to take the new fellow down. He even transmutes one of his palms into a demonic talon and encompasses himself with a vortex of demonic inferno, hell-bent on slaying this fellow. In the interim, our fellow persists watching his exhibition. He appraises that Sanjun possesses sufficient internal vitality, and his forms are meticulous, and he persists on watching each of his maneuvers as he irately endeavors to slay him. Eventually, he resolves that there appears to be a complication somewhere with the manner he's doing it. Sanzang just goes all out, and now his orbs are crimson. As it appears, he's maxing out all the onslaughts he knows. Our fellow soon gets incensed and smashes a palm over Sanzang's cranium, informing him it's sufficient the impact of his palm presses the Crimson Wolf Squadron's cranium like a confection, and it appears his cerebrum and skull have been disfigured, as Sanjian fractures the floor with the impact of his descent. Our fellow informs him his combat art capabilities are unrefined. A large aperture develops around where Sanjian impacts his cranium, and it looks like a celestial body has impacted the floor of the hostelry, fracturing the stony flooring. The remainder of the squadron are astounded to perceive their superior have a mouthful of stone, and they open their maws at the dreadful scene. The onlookers in the cantina are more astonished as they gaze wide-eyed, not anticipating the peculiar turn of occurrences. Sarah Young and Robert are also equally astonished, since this is the initial occasion. They would witness members of the esteemed celestial demon Sect get it delivered to them. Sun Jin just remains in the ground, with his cranium comfortably reposing in the inner space. He bulldozed with his impact. Our fellow stands before him with his palms still in his pockets. He informs him he acquired the capabilities, but he acquired it like a citizen. He elucidates that genuine combat arts are not just about emulating capabilities, but adapting them and rendering them your own. After he issues the emendation, he informs Sanson to arise and endeavor to strike him again. If he comprehends the emendation, Sanson just remains in the aperture, probably a necessity of cranial surgery, and the combat art virtuoso irately informs him to arise. The remainder of the Crimson Wolf Squadron just gazes at him speechlessly, pondering what the blazes just occurred. They eventually get agitated and query him, where he acquired the audacity to assault their platoon chieftain. They designate him a brat and run towards him with the intent to slay. They vault at him with several armaments and combat arts capabilities activated. But MC just stands there with his palms still in his pocket. Moments subsequently, we end up in the 32nd precinct of the Celestial Demon Sect. All the members of the Demon Sect who had been at the tavern are seen injured, still inside the cantina, also bearing palm imprints that are pressed into their skulls. The commander of the precinct watches from a display in disbelief, and it appears he cannot believe his orbs. Concurrently, an automaton scrutinizes Sanjay, who appears to be unconscious, and endeavors to open his eyelids to verify if he's still animate. He appears to be hemorrhaging from his proboscis and maw, and missing a few dentitions. Sun Jun and the remainder of the crew are loaded up on gurneys, while other members of the Celestial Demon Sect play say, do not traverse line around them, to halt the onlookers from traversing the transgression scene. The commander, John Retak, persists to watch the whole enigma, and he remarks that this is unbelievable. A senior elder of the precinct, Jo Chun-rak, informs him that it's fortunate that they only suffered severe contusions, and their existences are not in jeopardy. Yang ponders what he means by fortunately, when all he perceives are badly beaten, men that look like they'll require surgeries. He remarks that the worst part is that they were beaten by a mere unidentified stranger as he looks at the new fellow's picture. He looks quite guileless and shot, but little do they know that he's carrying 2 millennia years worth of knowledge and potency. John queries Joe again if they're sex. Crimson Wolf Platoon was genuinely put in such a state by a mere stranger. He queries him if this unidentified stranger is genuinely not registered in the Martial Confederacy archives, and Joe informs him he's not, but his companions were registered. Joth elucidates that they are a collective of reward seekers known as the S. Devil, he states, they mainly operate in B-class or lower petty malefactors. He informs Zhang that their chieftain is a person named Sioyong. The incandescent fiend, meanwhile, in the S-Devil spacecraft, the new fellow humbly sits at the surface with a serviette around his neck and a blade and fork anticipating sustenance. He sits across the surface from Sioyong and Robert, who just watch him and endeavor to determine what to articulate or query. At the Celestial Demon Precinct, John queries to know more about Sioyong, the incandescent fiend. Joth informs him that she's a quite well-known reward seeker that traverses between traditional and unorthodox worlds. He informs him that they departed the untamed Crane Inn after the incident, but he states they can track them. He queries the commander if they should dispatch a team to pursue them. Commander Yang informs him not to trouble and informs him he'll address the matter personally. Joth just gazes at him, vacantly pondering what he means by that. He bows out and proceeds to depart the commander. To contemplate his next course of action, the commander presses approximate button and resolves to place a call to an ally. The system commences to initiate a call with someone on the large display. After the button is pressed, the commander patiently awaits for the call to connect. Soon enough, a clerical-looking man named Kim Sung-bong, the chieftain of a collective designated the Verdantwood group, materializes on the display and smiles at him. Kim informs him it's been a duration and greets him. He queried the commander if there's a solicitation he has. John frowns, but does not articulate anything for a while. Concurrently, Sarah Young watches the constellations through the viewport of a spacecraft and endeavors to clear her intellect. In the 32nd Celestial Demon Precinct, the commander appears to have finished relaying the message to Kim, who queries if he'd like the Verdantwood group to address the issue. Somewhere else in Cosmos, the S-Devil spacecraft blazes through Cosmos. Inside, our fellow commences to get weary of waiting for sustenance. That does not appear to be arriving before him. Sir Young and Roberts just watch him. Still not articulating a syllable, they persist to watch him. Wait for Sunja to finish searing the Frankfurters, and they still do not articulate a syllable. Robert whispers to the commander and queries her if she's genuinely as apprehensive as he is right now. Sioyong looks at him with an exasperated expression and queries him what he's articulating about. He reminds her that she also perceived it with her own orbs too. He reminds her that Sanjian, Yue, and the Crimson Wolf platoon are all a tier combat artists, and he had just slapped them down with a solitary blow of his palms. Apparently, a solitary blow of his palm impacted all of Sun Jin's subordinates and propelled them flying backward with dentitions flying out left and right. Roberts recollects perceiving them flying away like insects and remembers one fellow who smashes into a column. Sir Young just looks at him and does not articulate anything. She later states that she could have taken those fellows, too, if she combated them earnestly, since they're the lowest stratum of their tier, even though they're A tier. Robert just confesses that he, on the other hand, would only have been able to graze them just a bit if he had put his existence on the line. He reminds her that the combat arts virtuoso just swatted them aside like flies, and he did not appear to struggle with it at all. Sioyong gets weary of listening to him and walks to our fellow. She bangs her palms on the surface, and he just looks at her impassively, pondering what the complication is. Now she softly informs him that they need to converse. He just persists gazing at her, and he does not articulate a syllable. He soon fractures the silence and informs her he'll have to eat initially before they can converse. Sioyong sits before him with her appendages crossed and insists that they converse initially. She discourteously speaks to him and queries him what his appellation is. Robert swiftly interjects and suggests that she utilized honorifics to allude to him, but she just queried him if he's orally impaired and queried him what his appellation is again. Sunja soon arrives with a wide platter of freshly seared frankfurters, and this captures our fellow's attention. The commander informs him not to even contemplate consuming until they're finished conversing, and she demands that he tell her his appellation. He just glares at her, but he does not articulate a syllable. Robert endeavors to resolve the conflict and whispers to the commander that it's popularly stated that it's not appropriate to bother a canine when it's consumed, so he suggests that they let him eat initially. But the commander does not appear to be accepting it. He informs them his appellation is Lee Mok Jinsei Ryang, queries him about his identity and prior vocation. To comprehend how he was able to do all he did, he just gazes at her vacantly and does not articulate a syllable, still holding on to his utensils. She persists to gaze at him, anticipating a rejoinder, and it appears they've commenced a gazing contest. He finally fractures the ice and informs her he's a celestial demon. Not just a celestial demon, but he's a supreme celestial demon. Se-ryong reiterates what he just stated and ponders if he genuinely just alluded to himself as a supreme celestial demon. She ponders what gibberish Lee is articulating and queries if they fed him tainted frankfurters that's making him hear things. Abruptly, the spacecraft's alarm commences to blare out and the admonition lights come on. Everyone becomes vigilant, and they ponder what's occurring nearby. Another spacecraft announces that its objective has been detected. Sunja swiftly proceeds to the system and elucidates that someone who's proximate to them is targeting them. Se-ryong arises to investigate it, and she states she knew the celestial demon would be coming after them and would not leave them alone. After Lee pummeled the Crimson Wolf platoon, she exclaims in exasperation, realizing they're in significant tribulation. Sunja persists monitoring things on the system and informs her it's not the celestial demon Sect. A colossal vessel with a skull emblazoned across its physique materializes, and Sunja informs them the collective targeting them is Verdantwood. Meanwhile, outside the vessel, several spacecraft that belong to the Verdantwood collective are seen encompassing the Devil spacecraft from inside one of the vessels. Kim is informed that the Devil vessel has been verified, and they're the objectives they were paid reward to address. Kim, the chieftain of the Galaxy Division of the 72 Bastions of Verdantwood, also known as the Umbral Tiger of the Crescent Moon, just watches and does not articulate a syllable. The Verdantwood military commander queries Kim if they should proceed forth to discharge the EMP. Apprehension Projectile Kim queries the commander if it's verified that these fellows are reward seekers. The commander informs him that they are, and they discovered that they mainly operate in the peripheries of the galaxy, and their chieftain is someone designated Incandescent Fiend. Se-ryong, the Umbral Tiger, reflects to himself and ponders why the Celestial Demon Sect would bother with a minor time sect like this, and it appears something is suspicious. He recollects the conversation he had with Yang, where he had proffered him the assignment to address this problem. He remembers cheerfully accepting the reward, querying Yang for the culmination stipulations, and querying what they should do once they apprehend the objective. Unlike what he anticipated, Yang informs him not to apprehend them, but to just obliterate them from existence. Kim's orbs widen in dismay, and he clarifies by querying if he wants them to slay the objectives. In the present epoch, the Umbral Tiger remarks that this circumstance appears peculiar, and he suspects that something is occurring. He remarks that the Celestial Demon Sect are far superior at taking existences than they are, and he believes that there must be a rationale. They had specifically entrusted them with the assignment. The commander just listens to his inference and becomes equally astonished. Kim wavers for a while and contemplates what to do next. He states that there must be a snare that has been set for them inside the Devil vessel. Inside the Devil vessel, Se-ryong peers out the viewport and perceives the armada of vessels encompassing them. She remarks that the Verdantwood collective are marauders and must be here to plunder them. But Robert informs her he doubts that. He elucidates that there's no rationale for the collective to bring such a large armada, just to plunder extremely impoverished denizens like them, since there's little remuneration they can make. Se-ryong winces at him for designating them extremely impoverished denizens and informs him she gets it, but it's peculiar when he puts it like that. She informs him it does not matter anyway and designates the Verdantwood collective scoundrel plunderers. She menaces to pummel them and eject them if they get in their way. Robert just looks at her, making grandiloquent assertions, while Lee watches the splendid armadas of vessels encompassing them. Sunja finally speaks some rationality into her and informs her it's not that uncomplicated, since they are just a portion of the Galaxy Division of the 72 Bastions of Verdantwood, and it appears that they had mobilized an entire division to come apprehend them. Seo Young is astonished to hear that the whole division was mobilized, and she queries if that means that their chieftain Kim is here too. Concurrently, Lee persists watching the Verdantwood vessels scrutinize them, and he exclaims about how magnificent it looks. Seo Young reflects about the Umbral Tiger, Kim Sung-bong, and states that even she cannot vanquish that fellow effortlessly. Robert informs her she cannot vanquish him at all, because she'd be deceased in 3 maneuvers if she stood against him. Seo Young becomes exasperated and informs him it's not that dire, and she states, "Unto it." Robert prevents her concluding her statement and advises her to disregard, and proposes that they capitulate swiftly and counsels her not to fret, since they possess not to forfeit. The skipper just scowled as he had just shattered her aspirations. She promptly meets the challenge and directs all to heed her directive. Henceforth, she elucidates that they will initially launch the EMP apprehension projectile to sever the vessel's power and neutralize them, which she will authorize. She states that they will embark the vessel equipped, and she will sanction that as well. Finally, she states they will permit them to inspect the vessel, and they will also contribute any superfluous articles to them for sustenance, if they desire them. Robert simply inquires how that is at all dissimilar from capitulate, but she bellows at him to adhere as directed. She approaches Pat Lee, who is yet skywatching, and advises him not to fret when the EMP impacts, because the vessel will tremble a trifle. Saryung informs him that the EMP lacks ruinous force, because they are prohibited from employing vessel armaments, owing to the celestial statutes. She boasts that it appears Lee failed to grasp that, but merely instructs him not to meddle, as they will depart when they procure whatever they desire. She remarks that the sole instance she cannot assure aught is if a conflict erupts and matters intensify. Seo Young inquires of Sunja if she is targeted, and requests her to prepare for the force of the EMP projectile. Sunja abruptly cries out and informs them it is not an EMP projectile, but a photon artillery, and the system commences to issue a peril warning. Now, this astounds Sir Young, who simply pivots around in astonishment. Sunja informs her that they are employing a vessel obliterating photon artillery, which signifies they're attempting to eliminate them. Sir Young enters extreme vigilance and declares that this is madness. Concurrently, aboard the Greenwood vessel, the skipper informs Kim that what they are undertaking contravenes celestial statutes, and it might create complications for them. Subsequently, he proposes that it would be more advantageous for them to apprehend the core and discreetly eliminate them. The unit commander informs him they are unable to do that because he possesses an unfavorable premonition. He instructs them to simply obliterate the vessel to smithereens and muddle affairs, as they can merely transfer all accountability to the patron, who is the celestial fiend faction. Kim commands that the artillery be discharged when prepared. Concurrently, anxiety mounts within the S-Devil vessel. Seo Young inquires of Sunja if they can translocate the vessel to a different vicinity, but Sunja informs her they are unable because they are encircled from every direction. Sir Young inquires if they can employ the barriers, but Sunja informs her they will not function, as they have divested some of the vessel's components to provide for their subsistence costs. An expression of terror materializes on the skipper's countenance as she grows perplexed regarding her course of action. A short while prior, she had everything resolved. Now, they are on the verge of being annihilated. In the Greenwood vessel, the skipper tells the division commander that the photon artillery has been completely energized. Kim orders that they discharge the photon artillery. The artillery is engaged, and they fire at the S-Devil bounty hunters, who are merely anticipating to be wiped out of existence. Sire Young Sunja and simply observe as their demise arrives. Robert yells at the peak of his lungs, and Lee just watches, still appearing clueless about all that is going on. An explosion transpires after the photon cannon hit the target, and it seems at the conclusion of our cherished bounty hunters. Kim observes from his vessel as the detonation rips through the expanse around them. The detonation is so luminous that the light from it reaches the vessel he is in. Suddenly his eyes widen when something peculiar captures his attention. After the conflagration from the detonation subsides, the S-Devil vessel appears to be entirely intact and unscathed. The vessel navigates despite the barrage of perilous fire, and it looks like the assault did not strike them at all. Before the S-Devil vessel, A larger spherical vessel materializes, who seems to have absorbed the force of the photon artillery. The larger vessel maneuvered before the devil vessel just in time to obstruct the assault, and it completely shielded it from the greenwoods. A woman attired in white panoply and wielding a white lance appears atop the new vessel. Seo Young, who had been clinging on to Sunja for precious life, inquires what that is. An expression of terror develops on Kim's countenance as he identifies the woman as the 8-foot fighting phantom Elena. Elena just stands there with her lance behind her and gazes directly at the Greenwood Armada. Inside the devil vessel, Lee stares externally, astounded to see all that is transpiring by his side. Robert and Seo Young are fixated to the porthole, also inquisitive to know how they are still animate. In the meantime, Elena still presents her back to them and confronts the Greenwood Armada, appearing to deflect any further assaults from them. It is one woman and her vessel against approximately a dozen vessels, but no one seems to be undertaking anything to assail her. Kim becomes tense, and he wonders why Elena materialized here. Elena just looks directly at him and awaits him to make his subsequent move. Inside the Greenwood vessel, the skipper tells Kim that Elena is employing a terraforming grade barrier, and they can breach it if they maximize the photon cannon output, and asks if they should replenish. Kim tells him there is no necessity to initiate a space conflict just to handle a vermin. He tells him that their adversary is not an individual so readily managed. So he orders that they configure the teleportation so he can go converse with her. As they prepare the teleportation apparatus, he wonders why this monstrosity suddenly materialized here. Meanwhile, Robert tells the other that the 8-foot fighting phantom, Elena, is an S-class bounty hunter who is so erratic that even the leaders of most factions avoid her. He wonders why she is present, and Sir Young concurs that she does not know, but it seems she preserved their lives. She mentions that if Elena had not obstructed the photon artillery, they would be pulverized by now. Soon thereafter, Kim teleports to Elena's vessel to have a refined discourse with her. He addresses her sister Elena and tells her it has been some time since they have encountered each other. But Elena does not even utter a syllable. She blankly looks at him and remains silent, likely wondering where they have met previously. Kim continues by asking if she has not forgotten it. He decides to present himself as her 55th younger sibling and reminds her that he greeted her at their matriarch's natal day 2 years prior, but Elena tells him to depart. Her words sting Kim, who is just attempting to have a dialogue, but he decides not to overindulge. He formally presents him as the commander of the Galaxy contingent of the 72 Bastions of Greenwood, and not as her sibling. To make matters unambiguous that he is not here to trifle, Kim tells her that telling him to depart is the equivalent as telling all of Greenwood to depart, and he cannot condone that. Elena just keeps gazing at him and activates her martial technique. Preparing for confrontation, Robert takes note of this, and he mentions that it appears like they are about to clash. Sir Young mentions that it is not going to be facile even for Greenwood, because Elena is not easily touched. She adds that dealing with Elena alone is arduous, but it could readily become graver if her matriarchal lioness emerges from behind as well. Robert continues to observe Elena intently and asks what Seo Young signifies by matriarchal lioness. When Kim realizes matters are about to go amiss, he jests that Elena is the same as always, resorting to fisticuffs to have a dialogue. He raises up his hands and tells her he capitulates, attempting to avert complications. He tells her to unwind because he does not wish to fight, but Elena still persists in her martial posture. Kim ruminates to himself that a confrontation is a substantial detriment, particularly for a menial task like this. He suggests that they resolve it amicably, and states he would like to know the rationale for her intercession. The Black Tiger asks Elena if the devil bounty hunters are her quarry, and states they will concede if it coincides with theirs. Elena just turns around and walks towards the devil vessel, telling Kim to depart one additional time. Kim frowns, realizing it is futile to attempt to reason with Elena. He continues to wonder why she suddenly materialized for such inconsequential matters. In the meantime, the devil bounty hunters continue to eagerly observe the entire spectacle. From their porthole, Elena walks towards them and connects to their comms. She tells them to relinquish what they possess or perish. Her words reverberate through the vessel's speaker, and those on the vessel hear her. Sir Young appears bewildered and wonders what is transpiring now. Robert starts to become agitated and wonders why Elena desires to plunder them as well, since they do not possess anything valuable. He asks the skipper if she concealed something precious in the vessel, without informing them, and even responds himself. Owing to his agitation, he reiterates that there is naught here that could entice an S-rank bounty hunter. And it seems Lee discerns something because his eyes widen. Robert and Seo Young immediately divert their attention to Lee because he is the sole item that Elena could be worth anything to Elena. Lee just keeps observing the whole affair through the porthole. Seo Young asks him if he knows Elena and questions whether he had an entanglement with her in the past, and they had an acrimonious separation before he absconded. Lee tells him Elena is not here on his account. Seo Young becomes perplexed and asks what he signifies. He turns back and tells them Elena is likely here on account of a youngster behind them. When they turn around, there is no one present, which perplexes them. The skipper asks him what he signifies since there is no one standing there. Lee tells the youngster to reveal herself and tells her there is not. To dread for a moment, nothing transpires and the space remains unoccupied. Suddenly a young maiden starts to materialize out of thin air, and her head appears initially. Her appearance astounds the bounty hunters, who turn around to take a proper look at her. Shortly after she completely materializes in the vessel, Sir Young is astonished to see the unexpected maiden, and Robert is utterly unnerved. The maiden just looks at them and does not utter a syllable. Sir Young becomes alerted and seizes Lee, asking him what is with the little maiden and when she came. Lee tells them that she trailed them from the hostelry. He states she had essence, but no configuration, so he let her be. He states she did a superb job to conceal her respiration too, which is such a sophisticated concealment method. And it seems martial arts has progressed in the current epoch. The maiden just remains quiet and does not utter a syllable to any of them. Sunja tells him that the maiden is not employing a concealment method, but is wearing a concealment annulus, which permitted her to shroud herself. Sunja mentions that the concealment annulus is quantum apparatus and is exceedingly costly material. The skipper states she does not care if it is costly or not, and walks up to the maiden, demanding to know who she is and what her purposes are. Seo Young looms over her while the maiden looks up at her, and she demands to know why she infiltrated their vessel. The young maiden presents herself as Yonghwa Rin and appears quite apprehensive. The skipper interjects that she did not request her designation and demands to know if the individuals outside are pursuing her and if she is their quarry. Hua-Rin, who is nearly in lacrimation, tells her that they are likely pursuing her. Meanwhile, Elena just stands outside and awaits their rejoinder. Hua-Rin tells them that as long as she is animate, they will not cease coming for her. Robert suddenly loses his composure when he realizes that the maiden stated her designation is Hua-Rin, which astonishes the skipper. Still appearing astonished, she asks him if he knows the maiden. He starts to act like a little devotee and states it is implausible that he would not recognize her, since she is the principal vocalist of a musical group called the Prenosians. Seo Young looks at him in astonishment and asks him who the Prenosians are, since she has never heard of them. It transpires they are not as renowned as Robert imagined. He exclaims that the Prenosians are the galaxy's premier novice idol duo, and he attempts to remind her of a melody called Dynamite Do Do Do. The melody sounds so peculiar that it is evident why the Seo Young would not know. Robert clarifies that she is the principal vocalist of the idol ensemble that performed the popular melody. He reminds the skipper that he plays the melody every instance, and she always sways to it. He swiftly performs a web search on her to verify, and he sees that the maiden is genuinely his idol, and he remarks that she is even more comely in person. I wonder if there are celestial statutes against juvenile mistreatment, because Robert needs to be confined. He examines a beautiful image of Hua-Rin on his device, and states she is from a location called Manhwa, which is whence he is from. He starts to enumerate her profile like an obsessive and states that she is 162 centimeter, 47.4 kilo, has blood type AB, EF, SP, and she is sensitive to felines. Elena becomes restless, and she tells them through the comms that this is their final admonition, and they have 10 minutes to relinquish what is with them. Elena reiterates to them that they can either surrender her, or she will eliminate them all. Her voice captures everyone's attention and they cease all they are doing. And recall, they are literally at weapon point. Robert asks Miss Hua-Rin as he addresses her why all these individuals are pursuing her, and it appears like he is going to weep because they are about to take his idol away. Sir Young just remains quiet as she realizes the discomforting choice they have to make. She tells Robert it does not signify, since they're going to have to surrender the maiden regardless. Seo Young tells the maiden that to be unambiguous, she is an uninvited visitor who has naught to do with them, since she infiltrated their vessel. The skipper tentatively tells her that she needs to depart to avert causing them any complications. Roberts exclaims at what the skipper articulated, evidently not content with the notion of surrendering the maiden. Seo Young turns her back to him and insists that she has made her resolution. As the skipper of the vessel, Hua-Rin just gazes at her silently, realizing she is about to be surrendered to her captors. When they confine Hua-Rin in the ejection conduit, Robert mentions to the skipper that he does not believe what they are doing is proper, particularly because the maiden is the principal vocalist of Pre-Notion. Saryong tells him they cannot safeguard her because they can barely manage Greenwood, not to mention combating against the 8-foot fiend Elena. She tells him that even if they maintain their position, the destiny of the maiden would not alter at all, but their own destinies will, because they will all perish. Sayer Young reluctantly but resolutely depresses the crimson actuator to open the vessel's port. She confesses to Robert that she is in anguish too, regarding the resolution, but naught can be done. Hua-Rin just stands there, awaiting her destiny, while the system declares that the portal latch has been disengaged, and it proceeds to open the gateway. Warren just stands there, attempting to brace against what transpires next. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a hand alights on her shoulder. She is astonished and looks to her right to see Lee standing beside her, and he has the most peculiar expression on his countenance, as he typically does when he beholds preposterous things. He looks over at her and reminds her that he had told her not to be apprehensive. She just looks at him in stupefaction, astonished that he would follow her out when they are against a monstrosity. Seo Young looks through glass and sees Lee with Hua-Rin, and she loses her composure, wondering how and when he got in there. Robert is equally astonished to see that Lee had gone in with her. Seo Young quickly hastens to close the gateway, wondering how deranged Lee could be. Robert tells her they should await to see what transpires, since Lee is quite formidable and may even vanquish Elena. Seo Young asks him if he is deranged, and reminds him that it is void out there, and Lee does not have a void barrier on and will not be able to respire. As the gateways open, tensions escalate as Lee follows the maiden out, and it appears like he is about to get himself eliminated by void, even before Elena gets to him. The skipper orders Sunja to quickly close the gateway. Sunja looks astonished, but tells her it is too belated to close the gateway. Seo Young is astounded to hear that it is too belated to do that, so she goes to look through the porthole. Through the porthole, she notices Lee and Hua-Rin have exited from the vessel and have gone into void. An expression of terror develops on Saryong's countenance as she ruminates about how much of an insane maniac Lee is. As she looks through the porthole, she remains astonished that he actually went out. Meanwhile, Lee and Hua-Rin float directly outside the vessel and head towards Elena's vessel. Hua-Rin tightens her grasp and attempts to brace for what transpires next. When they get to Elena's vessel, and Lee still keeps a hand on her shoulder, she looks back at Lee and thanks him for following her. She tells him their adversaries are exceedingly formidable martial practitioners, and he needs to be cautious. When she turns around, she is astonished to see Lee's bloodshot eyes and impassive gaze, which signifies he is unable to respire. He starts to asphyxiate as he attempts to conserve the little oxygen he has remained, and Hua-Rin just gazes at him. She becomes alarmed and wonders what is amiss with him. She asks him why he is like that, and tells him not to tell her. He does not have a barrier. Lee starts to heave, and he starts to flail his arms around, attempting to get back to the vessel. But it does not succeed. Hua-Rin observes him in astonishment, as she realizes he genuinely does not have a barrier, and it appears like her rescuer is about to perish. Lee keeps struggling to return to the vessel, but does not succeed, and Hua-Rin just stands there uncertain of what to do to assist him. Meanwhile, Elena observes the both of them from her vessel. Kim and Elena observe in stupefaction, wondering what is transpiring. someone suddenly screams out at Lee that it is 300 degrees external, and the pressure would rupture his internal organs within 10 seconds, asking why he would venture out there without a barrier in the first instance. It is unambiguous that our fellow knows not about the regulations of void. Lee continues to heave, and his countenance becomes cerulean. As he waves his hands, frantically attempting to get back to the vessel, he becomes exceedingly cerulean and swollen and continues to asphyxiate. His eyes become crimson and swollen, and they look like they are about to protrude from their socket. His eyelids suddenly start to close, and it appears like he has fallen unconscious after losing all his oxygen. Suddenly, whoever was conversing with him previously places their hands around his cerulean countenance. It transpires to be Seo Young, who had come out of the vessel to attempt to preserve his life. She places a nano barrier on his countenance and activates it to permit him respire in void. When he does not move, she keeps screaming at him to awaken and respire. When he still does not respond, she becomes apprehensive and asks him what he is doing and why he is not responding. Suddenly, Lee opens his eyes and gazes directly at her. She lets go of him and breathes a sigh of reprieve that he is animate. She tells him she thought he was defunct and jestingly calls him a miscreant. He tells her she is apprehensive for no rationale, since he is the supreme entity of firmament and earth, and there is naught in this cosmos that can menace his life. Sir Young just gazes at him astounded. That was not the gratitude she was anticipating. Lee looks back at Elena's vessel and notices that Hua Rin, who was attempting to preserve, had reached the vessel and is walking toward Elena. He asks Sir Young how he can get to the vessel. Inside the vessel, Robert also breathes a sigh of reprieve when he sees that Lee is animate, and he is content that Sir Young was not too belated. Sunja bluntly tells him that she was actually exceedingly belated, and even the Paramount Master cannot endure void without a barrier for less than a minute. She tells him that Lee endured all that for 6 minutes and 13 seconds. And the peculiar part is that all his organs are still regular. Meanwhile, Sir Young assists Lee reach the vessel, and Hua Rin is astonished to see him behind her. Sunja tells Robert that Lee has by far transcended every human threshold on the vessel. Elena awaits for Hua Rin and other Confederates to walk towards her, with Kim still standing behind her. Even though she told him to depart, Lee stands before them, with Hua Rin a little bit behind him and Seo Young farther back. Elena just gazes at them blankly and does not utter a syllable. Seo Young observes Elena intently and notices that the 8-foot fighting fiend's aura is no jest, and it befits her renown as a fighting maniac. She also notices Kim standing behind Elena and realizes it is even graver for them that Kim, from Greenwood, is also present. She tells Lee not to cause complications and walks toward Elena. She tells him she will handle it and orders that he does not intercede. She contrives the best smile she can and waves at Elena. She tells her it is pleasant to see her and asks her if she is as robust as always. That is so awkward. She continues to prattle that she has heard a great deal about them and states seeing them in person is even superior. She presents herself as Seo Young, the commander of the S-Devils, also designated as the Blazing Devils. Elena just gazes at her blankly, and it is unambiguous she has never heard of her. Greenwood does the equivalent and does not utter a syllable. Meanwhile, Hua Rin seizes a hold of Lee's hand out of apprehension. He notices her hands touch him, so he looks at her over his shoulder. Hua Rin evidently looks petrified, and it appears like she is holding her breath. He tells her that there is no necessity to be anxious and reminds her that he is present with her. Warren tells him that Elena is not human, evidently petrified at what she can do to her. She continues that Elena is a fighting phantom who has been traversing around the cosmos ever since she was young to look for deserving adversaries. Apparently no one has survived encountering her thus far, so much so that she even constructed a starship as a fighting coliseum. Just to traverse and combat, Lee is impressed by her credentials and calls Elena a noteworthy youngster. He states she is a young one who is dedicating her core and spirit to martial cultivation, which makes her an uncommon prodigy indeed. Warren tells him that is not genuinely what she signified, attempting to make it unambiguous that Elena is perilous. In the meantime, Seo Young still continues her cheerful presentation and tells them that, whatever the situation may be as fellow Central Plane individuals, they should converse amicably Suddenly Elena dispatches a lethal power undulation towards her and tells her that she converses with a blade. The force is so potent that the undulation sweeps past Sarah Jung's location up until the extremity of the vessel and causes a big detonation. Elena seems to have brandished her spirit, Sir Young, to eliminate her from the path. Since she has no duration for superficial talk, her eyes gleam with a vivid cerulean as she awaits for the vapor to dissipate and finds Sir Young's defunct physique. She maintains her posture still, awaiting for the vapor from the large detonation to dissipate. The vapor does not dissipate for a moment because the move was not a menace, but was intended to eliminate everyone it traverses. Suddenly, Seo Young lands back on the ground, as it seems she was swift and astute enough to avert, standing in the path of the energy undulation. Sir Young asks her what she is doing, when she had just proposed that they converse. She asks her why she is just brandishing her weapon out nowhere. Kim observes the whole affair from behind and ruminates to himself that Seo Young is not that subpar, because even though the assault was not full potency, it was not still an assault facile to evade. Seo Young just glares at her, awaiting a rejoinder to her query. Elena asks what her designation is again, and tells her it would have been superior for her not to evade at all. The 8-foot fighting fiend starts to transmute and activate her martial art faculty. Kim reasons that Sarah Young should know that her adversary is a frenzied scorpion that gets more venomous the more you incite, which signifies she will just perish more agonizingly. Suddenly they all hear the sound of singletus from within the vapor that is still behind them, which astonishes Sarah Young. The singletus sound persists, and Kim looks intently to know whence it has originated. It transpires to be Hua Rin, who cannot handle all the vapor. So Lee attempts to pat her in the back to make her better. He tells her she is getting apprehensive over inconsequential matters and tells her Elena's assaults are just juvenile jests. In the meantime, Kim is astounded by what he is beholding and wonders how that is feasible. Lee keeps patting Hua Rin's back, and he tells her the assault may be grandiose, but it is just a clamorous firework. He tells her not to get frightened by a vacant receptacle. Kim considers that Lee must have been standing in the path of the assault, judging by his position, and wonders how he is perfectly sound, while Elena is augmenting her potency. Lee just assists Hua Rin regulate her respiration and completely disregards the confrontation going on before him. Elena gazes at them and continues to augment her internal energy degree. She suddenly reaches a superior degree and streaks of vivid rose lightning issue from her physique. Our hero still disregards her and attempts to help Hua Rin cease her singletus. Elena just gets perplexed at why he is disregarding her and gazes at him blankly. When Hua Rin calms down, Lee steps forward and addresses Elena as a youngster. Sir Yun gets incensed that he interrupted her and reminds him that she told him not to get embroiled. Lee just continues and asks Elena what enterprise she has here. He tells her to converse to him if he has any enterprise with the youngster. Referring to Hua Rin, Kim attempts to scrutinize him, but realizes he is unidentified and there is no information on it. He also notices his has no internal energy mechanism equipped. While she scrutinizes him, Lee tells Elena that Hua Rin is under his aegis, so any enterprise with her goes through him. The Black Tiger is astonished to learn that he has no identification and internal mechanism and wonders if he is an unheralded natural. From the peripheries, Lee continues by telling Elena that if she has no enterprise here, she can depart, and he just waves his hands at her to elucidate his point. While he speaks, a vivid luminescence suddenly appears. As Elena responds, something as vivid as a star suddenly appears on their sensor. The luminescence is so vivid that it captures the attention of Seryo. Kim and Hua Rin, the luminescence appears on the vessel and appears to summon a streak of cerulean light. To the summit of the vessel, it looks like some major power exhibit. Meanwhile, Lee uses his hand to stop Elena's vivid lance, which seems to have been used to summon the lightning and vivid luminescence. For an assault, he stops the lance with his unclad hands, and it does not seem to harm him at all. Elena is seen wielding the lance, and it seems she had launched a frontal assault as a rejoinder to him, asking her to depart. In the meantime, our guy stops the lance with one hand while the other is in his pocket. Lee is astonished that she assailed him and asks her if her interest here is to combat with him. Kim's eyes nearly protrude from his socket as he cannot believe his eyes. obtaining Phantom Elena's strike with merely a palm, particularly since he possesses no internal vitality. Concurrently, Lee commences to scrutinize Elena's combat art abilities like he invariably does. He informs her something is peculiar about utilizing the luminous sword, maneuver of Dion Kong's Sect, with a truncheon and channeling the Shaolin's Grand Brahma, celestial art for internal vitality. He gazes at her impassively and queries how she already possesses internal vitality, surpassing 3 epochs when she's so youthful. He ponders if she had a fortuitous encounter. By the way, epochs is what frequently materializes in Murim combat art narratives, where they tally their internal vitality vigor with 60-year epochs. That signifies that 1 epoch is equivalent to 60 years' worth of vitality. While he's articulating, Elena commences to augment the rate. Her internal vitality impetus is functioning to 90%. An additional lightning commences to issue from her physique. Lee gazes at her in astonishment, surprised that she was able to attain 3 epochs, and she's now able to switch her internal vitality to Wudang's Crimson. Sun art, he finally removes his palms from his pocket and persists watching her max out her internal vitality impetus. Right now, she's operating her impetus at 95%. Concurrently, Kim just gazes at her and ponders if Elena was invariably this formidable, or if something is transformed. Lee just looks at her silently, pondering how far she intends to proceed with this. He queries her if her intention is to go all out, and commences to activate his own martial vitality, as his palms commence to burn vividly. Abruptly, the circlet on Elena's palm commences to gleam and tingle. She maintains her onslaught stance as she persists to augment her vitality utilization, and the circlets persist to gleam. Abruptly, the circlet lets out an admonition sound, which shocks Elena because that's a detrimental thing. We retrospect to a time when Elena is conversing with her matriarch. Her matriarch informs her she won't halt her from departing for the world to pursue her aspirations. Elena kneels before her matriarch while she addresses her. Her matriarch informs her that shall permit any combat that furthers her regiment, but she's not allowed to get herself slain. Elena persists to listen, while remaining in a deferential position as her matriarch addresses her. Her matriarch informs her that she is already formidable, and there are fewer than 10 combat artists that can injure her throughout all the world, and even they cannot push her to the verge of demise. She reaches out for Elena, who bows deferentially to her. Her matriarch reminds her to invariably remember that she is her matriarch. She places a circlet on her digit and informs her there is one regulation she has to keep if she wishes to depart the residence. She informs her that if the circlet sounds at any time, she must flee regardless of what. The sound of the circlet signifies that the adversary is beyond her reach. Her matriarch informs her that if she disregards the admonition, shall surely perish back in the present time. The combating demon collapses in astonishment when she realizes the ramification of the circlet sound. She gazes at Lee, who just appears to be a feeble young lad. Elena resolves not to retreat and persists to combat when she recollects some detrimental individuals who have demeaned her with detrimental utterances when she was much younger. She remembers some of her matriarch's offspring, querying her what she's wavering for, and informing her to run with her appendage between her legs. She recollects them informing her to know her station, and querying her what she can do. She hears intonations reminding her to conceal away and live. She remembers when she was a little juvenile. In the midst of the many offspring her matriarch has, who taunted her, she remembers her matriarch informing her to greet them, because they are her siblings. Her matriarch informs her that they have different progenitors, but they are all born from her womb. She recollects standing alone, and her matriarch informing her that they all need to stay proximate to each other, since they share her sanguine. She remembers some of her matriarch's kids querying what her appellation was again. In the present day, Elena resolves to stand her ground and combat to the culmination. She commences to augment her vitality impetus from 98% to 100% to 110%, and even as far as 120%, which should not be feasible. The 8-foot combating demon generates a great deal of vitality, and the entire vessel is almost set ablaze by all the potency. Lee just frowns as he looks at her, and he appears a bit more alarmed by how far she's proceeding. Siriyoung also watches in astonishment, and so does Kim. Our fellow awaits for her to do her thing. and watches her complete her metamorphosis. Her attire morphs into something novel, and it appears she's a totally different being. She looks like some sort of panther, and her palms look unnatural, which signifies she has morphed into a high-level slaying fiend. Lee mutters to himself that she had just utilized a capability that he's never heard of because he has never perceived someone perform a metamorphosis with the transcendental awakening capability. He tells himself that it appears combat arts have evolved so much. As time has passed while he's reflecting, Elena vaults off the ground and propels towards him. Concurrently, Lee feels that combat arts have advanced a little bit excessively. He does not make any maneuver and just stands here with his palms in his pocket, even up until Elena gets right in his visage and commences to swing her armament. As she swings at him, he circumvents it swiftly and remarks that the maneuver is the chaotic tempest, sword technique of the IMEA sect. She makes another maneuver that looks like a spiral of inferno, and he still persists to circumvent. He identifies the maneuver as the sun and moon, twin orbs of the Kunlun sect. The 8-foot combating demon commences to get incensed and augments her vitality level to 125%. She lands several onslaughts at once, which our fellow still circumvents, and identifies as the sun-piercing javelin technique and the falling sun blade technique of the Dienkong set. Elena resolves to amp things up a bit and proceeds to 140%. She creates a swirling inferno vortex onslaught, but Lee just bends backwards and effortlessly circumvents that too, recognizing it as the canine beating truncheon technique and the inebriated 8 immortal steps of the mendicant set. While still crouched, Lee frowns as he ponders how she's also able to add the 4,000 crimson needles of the esoteric set. Elena is on Inferno today, so she proceeds up to 170%. Since she never forfeits a combat, she now comes at him with 2 Ferris talents, an explosive vitality in her palms, and our fellow just jumps backward to circumvent her onslaughts. Because he's on the defensive, he vociferates at her. That's it sufficient already and weighs his palm before him. The weight of his onslaught lets out a current of inferno that proceeds right towards Elena, who is vaulting towards him. The onslaught is so potent that a colossal explosion that covers the entire area of the vessel is triggered, and it looks like everybody's going to perish from this one. The weight of the vapor is so heavy this time, and Lee just stands to perceive what occurred to Elena. Abruptly, something comes out of the vapor that captures his orb. Even Kim is freaked out by what they perceive, and it looks like he's not perceived something this freaky in all his years at the occupation. Warren and Seo Young equally watch in astonishment. It transpires to be Elena, who now has about 8 appendages, each wielding an armament. She's gone freaky with this stuff, alright. She looks like one of those Indic deities, and just levitates right in the atmosphere, armed with 8 luminous swords. Abruptly, she rushes toward Lee, hoping to cut him in all ways feasible. Now, she's at 1 or 90%, and it appears she's not going to halt. She propels an overhead onslaught at him, and comes down in a blaze of inferno. But he just stands there and gazes at her. She rushes towards him in fierce determination, and the metallic plating appears to have covered up her entire physique, rendering her almost unhuman. Lee just looks up and frowns at how far she's taking this, hoping Shed just hauled. Elena does the contrary of that, and persists to move towards him at full velocity. He reflects to himself that her talent is commendable, but she's traversed the line of rectitude as she persists to rush towards him. Lee reasons that her awakening exposes lesions and desires, which signifies she's just being consumed by herself. He persists watching her come towards him, and believes that she's carrying many inner demons. Abruptly, Lee generates an explosive potency in his palm, and reflects to himself that if she proceeds any further, he'd have no choice but to slay her to halt her. Concurrently, Hua-Rin stands behind him and watches Elena come towards them. Out of our fellows' palms, a peculiar celestial sword materializes, and he tells himself that he pledged to safeguard Hua-Rin. Sarah Young and Kim are shocked when they realize that Lee is wielding something known as a cordis sword. The 8-foot combating demon does not halt and disregards the sword in his palms, hell-bent on dispatching him to his grave. It looks like only one individual will live to narrate this tale. When she almost attains where he is, He irately strikes her with the sword and informs her to halt. The vitality released is so colossal that it almost blinds those who are watching the combat. And even Robert struggles to perceive owing to the brightness of the luminescence. An explosion is perceived over Elena's vessel. From Robert's point of view, the explosion from the impact of the corded sword is so potent that it splits the entire vessel into several fragments. The entire vessel abruptly detonates in cosmos, in the presence of the Verdantwood armada. The explosion of the vessel is so great that it looks like a vivid constellation from afar, from a main Verdantwood vessel. The commander watches in dismay as he perceives the explosion. From where his superior is, the explosion is so potent that there was no way that Kim could have survived. Abruptly, he hears a tussis proximate. It transpires that Kim had teleported back just in time. Before the vessel detonated, Kim vociferates out Lord Cheju's appellation, and he looks quite sanguine and battered. He informs the commander that he's not deceased, and Cheju endeavors to assist him stand properly. Kim reposes on a partition and looks through the viewport to perceive the vestiges of the vessel that had just detonated. He informs Cheju that he would have torn to fragments if he had teleported just 0.1 seconds later. The inferno from the vessel's explosion is still perceived throughout cosmos, and bits from the vessel float around, standing on one large fragment that broke away from Elena's vessel. Seryong queries Lee if he's deranged because they could have been slain. She queries him if in the past populace in the middle of the ocean ever set their own vessel on Inferno, just because they were incensed, and informs him he should have shown some restraint. Lee, who has some sanguine coming out of his maw, struggles to articulate and informs her restraint was not an option. Seo Young rushes to his side and queries him if he's injured. When she perceives the sanguine, Kim just persists to look up, and he informs her that he confronted a much stronger potency than he had anticipated. So Young looks up to where his gaze is fixed and realizes what he's looking at. Floating in cosmos, along with all the debris from the vessel, is Elena's denuded physique and fractured armament. The commander queries him if she's deceased, since she's just floating there and not moving a muscle, with his gaze still fixed on Elena's floating physique. He informs her that she's not deceased just yet. Abruptly, a peculiar woman materializes and retrieves Elena's unconscious physique. Lee informs her that the impact of the sword did not slay the 8-foot phantom because a stronger force than he expected safeguarded her, alluding to this peculiar woman. The peculiar woman looks at Elena with compassion in her orbs and covers up her denudity. She has an angelic comeliness about her, and she persists to gaze at Elena's physique in gloom. Abruptly, a luminescence from a large, overhead vessel materializes over them, and the woman takes up the 8-foot combating phantom. Sir Young immediately recognizes the woman as the West Haven Sword Matriarch, and Kim recognizes her as his matriarch. It appears that this must be the matriarch who had given Elena the circlet that she refused to pay attention to. The West Haven Sword Matriarch carries the physique into her vessel and does not articulate anything to any of the onlookers. Leisha gazes at her in astonishment, still wielding the corded sword. Inside the West Haven Sword Matriarch's vessel, we perceive a pool of verdant chemicals. Inside this liquid, Elena's unconscious physique floats, and it appears that the liquid is supposed to assist her recuperate from her injuries. Her matriarch stands before the tube, gazing at her, hoping that she becomes conscious soon enough. Her matriarch has a very distraught look on her visage as she persists gazing at Elena, who is inside the tube shortly after Kim Seoya. Hwa-rin and Lee materialize right behind her, and it appears she had convoked them to have a chat. Kim bows down before his matriarch as a show of deference. Concurrently, Seo Young holds Hwa-rin's palm to solace her, because she appears to be very apprehensive. Kim informs his matriarch that he did not know she was coming, and requests her to castigate him for his lack of loyalty and filial piety. She does not even let him conclude his pronouncement and informs him this is not his place to intercede, rendering it clear that this is not the chamber for little juveniles like him to converse. She informs him to act as if he is not here, which really injures Kim, who remains deferential to his matriarch. She approaches Lee and makes a sign of reverence with her palms, introducing herself as the West Haven Sword Matriarch. Kim is terribly shocked to perceive his matriarch showing reverence, and Sir Young is equally shocked to perceive her showing an iota of civility. The West Haven Sword Matriarch apologizes to Lee for transgressing the dueling code of combat arts by discourteously interceding in their duel because she was driven by familial affections. She informs him she can sever her appendage as an apology if he so desires. But Lee informs her there will be no necessity for that. He queries her if Elena is her daughter and perceives Elena is in a tube. Se-ryung approaches Lee and whispers to him that he is conversing to the West Heaven Sword Matriarch and informs him to articulate more reverentially. The West Heaven Sword Matriarch responds to him that Elena is indeed her daughter. Lee responds to her that it's resolved it in that circumstance because family takes precedence over the dueling code. Concurrently in the chamber, there appear to be many other tubes like the one Elena is in that are vacuous. Se-ryung whispers to him again and implores him to articulate courteously to the woman because she is one of the 5 immortals. Se-ryung persists by informing him that the West Heaven Sword Matriarch's temperament is so dire that she can split you in two just by glaring at you. While she's articulating, something that shocks her occurs, and she shuts her maw. Abruptly, the West Heaven Sword Matriarch goes on her knees to make obeisance to Lee. And this really shocks Se-ryung outside the vessel. Several vessels from the 72 bastions of Verdantwood are still perceived outside awaiting Kim. Subsequently, the West Haven Sword Matriarch has a private deliberation with our fellow at the apex of her vessel. She informs him that her daughter's consciousness has not yet recuperated, so she does not know the precise rationale she assaulted their vessel. Or Hwa-rin, she informs him that she was only able to verify that Elena passed through Manhwa before she came there, so she was most likely commissioned to find Hwa-rin by a patron. While she was in Manhwa, Lee just gazes at the cosmos around them absently and does not articulate a thing. She informs him that she perceived that the combat art that he had just demonstrated is the demon Cordis Sura sword technique and alludes to him as a venerated master. She queries him if he has any relation to the celestial demon Sect. Lee does not give her a direct rejoinder, and he informs her he does not know. He states there was a profound connection in the past, but time has passed, and that's not certain anymore. He persists by stating that time erodes even the strongest bonds, as if they were ferrous concurrently. Hwa-rin and Se-ryung await nearby in another part of the vessel. Our fellow persists by stating that time also dissolves connections that are dearer than existence itself. And Kim eavesdrops on the conversation from inside the vessel. The West Haven Sword Matriarch just gazes at him vacantly, not knowing what to make of him. She states within herself that he is indeed an extraordinary figure. His chi internal vitality and combat arts are all perfectly refined and have no trace of artificiality. She ponders how that's feasible, since such a state was only attainable during the zenith period of combat arts. Kim does not pay her any attention, but persists gazing deep into cosmos. The West Haven Sword Matriarch persists looking at him and considers that he appears to be in his early 20s and ponders if this is some sort of rejuvenation. She fractures the ice and queries Lee if she can make a solicitation, still alluding to him as the venerated master. Lee articulates her intellect and queries if she's proposing a serious combat, and it astonishes her that he was able to detect what she was reflecting. He persists by informing her that she may be very courteous, but every syllable she articulates is dripping with murderous intent, like a sword sharpened against a chert that is getting sharper by the minute. The West Haven Sword Matriarch commends his acute ears for being able to catch her small whispers. He informs her that he's never refused a challenge, but he reminds her that if they combat, one of them is bound to perish. The sole complication is that the one left standing will be severely injured because something too strong has no room to bend and will fracture. The West Haven Sword Matriarch commences to awaken her internal vitality and accepts her fate, still hoping for a chance to combat. Se-ryung perceives the matriarch's awakening and becomes worried that tribulation is brewing, while the matriarch is still awakening. Lee queries her if they have any compelling rationale to combat, while still looking at the panorama outside the vessel. The West Haven Sword Matriarch is caught unawares by his question. He glances at her and informs her that they can combat if they have rationale to in the future, because he's more preoccupied with his desire to perceive more of the world. Right now, she halts her awakening, intrigued by the manner he articulates. She resolves to halt her metamorphosis altogether and accept his proffer concurrently. The West Haven Sword Matron Vessel as well as the Verdantwood Armada, are perceived all over that area of cosmos. Moments later, the S-Devils depart the vicinity, as it appears that Lee and the West Heaven Sword Matriarch are finished with their deliberation. Later, Kim and his matriarch have a deliberation, and she learns from him that the slay solicitation was made by the heavenly demon Sect to avert some secret from leaking. Kim, who still kneels in deference, reaffirms what he had just informed her about the heavenly demon Sect. She informs him she cannot seem to wrap her intellect around why the heavenly demon Sect would want to slay those in the Devil vessel and what secret they wouldn't want to be leaked out. She remarks that Lee clearly possessed the supreme combat arts of the heavenly demon Sects, and it does not make any sense that they would want him to cease, since he is one of them. Furthermore, she reasons that it does not make any sense that they would hire Verdantwood to do their sordid bid. Kim informs her that there's been recent intelligence that the heavenly demon's Crimson Wolf Squadron was annihilated by an unidentified entity and suggests that they could be related to these populace. His matriarch informs him that there's no necessity to overthink. She elucidates that whatever the circumstance may be, his imagination won't be able to infer it, and this stings Kim. She commands him to thoroughly track their movements and report to her, since that should be sufficient for him to manage. Kim boasts that they from Verdantwood esteem themselves on being the best in the world at tracking, and he informs her that he belongs to Verdantwood's command. His matriarch just looks at him and does not articulate a syllable. Kim also remains on his knees, anticipating her rejoinder. She informs him that she will confide him to track them, and informs him not to intercede in their affairs. She adds that she wouldn't want her offspring to get injured, and the umbral tiger's orbs widen as he hears her utterances of maternal care. He looks behind him and mutters the term matriarch, and it's clear that all of the West Haven Sword Matriarch's kids appear to have some desertion issues from their matriarch's end, since she has so many offspring. Before she departs the chamber, she queries him one final question. He eagerly turns back to hear the question, and she queries him what his appellation is. And Kim just gazes at her in astonishment. Concurrently, in the Devil vessel, Warren conceals behind Lee when Seo Young vociferates at her and demands to know what pandemonium she has gotten herself into. This time Seo Young looks really incensed, and you can almost perceive vapors coming out of her nostrils as she articulates. She queries Huarin what she did to get involved with Verdantwood, the 8-foot combating Phantom Elena, and worst of all, the Heaven Sword Matriarch. She queries to know if Huarin had inverted the world upside down before coming here outside the vessel. The vast expanse of cosmos appears tranquil, as there are no vessels or seasoned combat artists endeavoring to slay each other. Huarun looks gloomy and genuinely apologizes for all the tribulation, and confesses that she also does not know why they're all after her. She informs them that after she finished her tour, she returned to Manhwa, her hometown, and everything was abruptly different. They sit on the surface to converse, and Sunja prepares an alp of frankfurters for Lee to devour. Huarin informs them that when she got back to her hometown, the populace from her hometown were abruptly endeavoring to slay her. She elucidates that she ran away from her town all the way to this place. Concurrently, Lee speedily crams his maw with like 7 frankfurters, and at the same juncture, he grabs another 4 with his other appendage, clearly disregarding the conversation. Seo Young states she has no idea what Huarin is articulating about, and turns around to query Sunja if she has any idea either. Sanja looks just as bewildered and states she also finds it arduous to grasp. Huarin just keeps silent, unsure of how else to elucidate her predicament to them, while he spills fragments of flesh everywhere owing to his frantic eating. Abruptly, one of the fragments of flesh mistakenly enters Huarin's maw, and she endeavors to bring it out. But she becomes shocked when Robert slams his palms on the surface, demanding to know if she just mentioned Manhwa. He irately pushes Saryong aside, and queries if she is alluding to the Manhwa plant, which is also his hometown. The damsel mistakenly ingests the flesh caught in her maw, and it commences to asphyxiate her, which makes her tussis. But Lee does not even perceive it all, because he's eating like a fiend. Robert demands that she immediately tell him what occurred at Manhwa, while Huarin persists to tussis. Watching the enigma, Sanja just frowns and remarks that mortals are utterly anomalous. Concurrently, in the West Haven Sword Matriarch's vessel, we perceive that one of her big tubes appears to have been shattered. Out of the shattered tube, Elena's now conscious physique falls to the ground, and she commences to tussis. In the presence of the West Haven Sword Matriarch. Her matriarch just looks at her worriedly and leaves her to tussis and come to her senses. She immediately queries her what occurred to her on Manhwa, but Elena persists to tussis profusely. Elena, who is still laboring to catch her breath, finally bears herself up and glances at her matriarch. Next up, we return to the Untamed Crane Inn, where Lee had met with the Crimson Wolf Squadron. Inside the inn, the proprietor of the inn, Wang the 18th, watches footage of Lee's encounter with Elena. He watches on display as she makes her maneuvers, and he circumvents them. He also watches Lee use the Cordis sword when he gets weary of circumventing her onslaughts, which causes the explosion that ripped through Cosmos. Wang watches with exhilaration with his sentinels behind him, who also watch in great astonishment. He recollects his conversation with Ser Young, and recollects when she queried him, "How much a full collection of 2 millennia-year-old combat arts codices is worth?" He recollects that she had stated they were all authentics, and were S-tier in the present. He is shocked to learn she was articulating the verity, and he had passed on a compact that could be potentially worth a fortune. We return to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Precinct 32, the footage of Elena propelling towards Lee, who just stands there as played on the display. Soon after, Elena is perceived endeavoring to land multiple strikes on Lee, which he circumvents seamlessly. A look of dismay develops on the visage of the Precinct 32 commander. John Retak, he watches in dismay and queries what's occurring, as he perceives Lee wielding the Cordis sword to finish off Elena. From behind him, the West Haven sword. Matriarch queries what he thinks of the footage, and states the combat art appears to be quite familiar, and he looks back towards her. She gazes at him and awaits for his, hoping that he'll pick that the combat art is related to the demon Sect. Young acknowledges that it is a stratum of combat art prowess, never perceived or heard of before, but he informs her he does not comprehend what she means by stating it's familiar. The Sword Matriarch just gazes at him vacantly, pondering if he genuinely does not know anything about the new individual that just showed up on their radar. John also gazes at her, standing on his point that the combat art does not appear familiar. The Sword Matriarch reflects to herself that it really appears that he does not have a clue, that the combat art that Lee utilized is connected to their Heavenly Demon Sect. She queries him why he resolved to pursue our fellow, and why he had involved Verdantwood. The commander informs her that is an internal affair of their sect, and it's not something that she should concern herself with, even though she is the Sword Matriarch, who rules over the West Heaven Cosmic Zone. He frowns sternly and stands on his point, but the left side of his neck is abruptly cut. John suffers a cut to his neck, and it commences to hemorrhage. Concurrently, the Sword Matriarch wields her sword, and it's clear that she had contrived to cut him from where she's standing. In the twinkling of an orb, she abruptly develops an evil aura around her, and persists to hold out her sword, implying that Shed get the intelligence, whether he wants to give it or not. Yo, on the other hand, has the fabric around his neck area cut, and only suffers superficial devastation to his integument, which signifies that she could have gone deeper if she wanted to, but had resolved to spare his existence. The commander places a palm over his neck to halt the hemorrhage, and queries her if she's declaring conflict against their demon Sect. She playfully queries him if he thinks that she, of all populace, would fear bloodshed. Gore from emerging, he deduces that she's a woman who, impelled by fixation with martial arts, even consumed her own offspring. Young resolves that she's not one who contemplates gain or detriment to herself. When she pursues her fixation for martial arts, it's unambiguous where Elena acquired her fervor from the blade. Matriarch's blade starts to blaze with a vivid crimson conflagration, and it appears like it's about to descend. She commences to awaken, and an amethyst inferno envelopes the entire chamber, and she asks him if he will respond or opt to perish. He tells her that the selection is palpable, because even if all the 1,076 martial practitioners of District 32 assail her collectively, they cannot transcend the might of the blade Matriarch. So it's unambiguous that he has opted to perish. He activates his own martial potency and generates conflagration in both his hands, and proposes that they commence the confrontation, even though he knows it will lead to his ruination. He tells her she better hasten if she intends to cut down all 1,076 of them. The West Haven Blade moron just beams at him, fascinated by his determination. She ruminates about how individuals state that the heavenly demon Sect grows more resilient each succeeding day, so she resolves to let it proceed. She tells him that the method employed by the unknown individual that they are confronting is the demon heart Asura blade technique. John, who is still intending on combating with a murderous resolve in his eyes, is astounded to hear her mention that the martial art is linked to the demon Sect. He asks what she signifies by that. The blade Matriarch reiterates that the heart blade that cut down her daughter was the demon heart Asura blade technique, second in the heavenly demon Sect's martial pecking order. The commander is genuinely astonished to hear her declaration and tells her that cannot be plausible, because the demon heart Asura blade technique has been a forgotten martial art for millennia. He states that it exists only in legends, and no one in their sect has ever practiced it. The Blade Matriarch responds to that by stating that it is not her concern, that his understanding is deficient. She tells him that she has told him what she knows. So she asks him again why he opted to pursue the fellow they are discussing. She refers to the image of Lee on the display and asks why he opted to pursue him. John remains quiet and gazes at her for a moment, pondering whether he should reveal the information. He tells her that they were not pursuing Lee. He points to Hua Rin and states she was the one they were chasing. Meanwhile, in a location called the Televiatra orbiting star configuration, the S-Devils arrive at Robert and Hua Rin's home planet, the Mount Hua planet. They navigate into its atmosphere and proceed to land on its terrain. They reach Hua Rin's district, called Hua Home District, and the location resembles ancient Japan and appears quite tranquil. The district looks largely uninhabited, because all the establishments are forsaken, and not a single individual is seen anywhere, no matter where you observe. All the illuminations are on, and the residences look immaculate, but no one can be seen when they enter the planet. Sir Young asks Hua Rin what is amiss and why the land is completely vacant. She asks why no one is there, wondering if there is some sort of festival. Robert looks around in terror and states he does not think so, because all the establishment doors are open. They soon touch down and look through the lens and see all the establishments open, with several market implements on the ground, unattended to. Sunja tells them that the town has over 10,000 denizens, but she cannot seem to detect any indications of life at all. Robert becomes agitated again and starts to shake the skipper. He insists that something must have certainly transpired and states they should go down swiftly. He states something dreadful must have transpired, and everyone certainly perished or absconded. Seo Young attempts to pacify him and asks why he is so perturbed. All of a sudden, he tells her that Mount Hua is his birthplace, and screams that they have to preserve Mount Hua. Seo Young attempts to get out of his grasp and starts to heave. She tells him to let go because she cannot respire, while she attempts to make him release her garments. Tears descend from Hua Rin's eyes as she looks through her forsaken homeland. Warren weeps profoundly while Lee just gazes at the panorama of the planet. He asks her what is transpiring and tells her to articulate if she knows anything about why the place is forsaken. She wavers before she speaks, and it seems she knows quite a measure about it. Before she can speak, Sunja tells them that she has detected a life indication. Sunja's words capture their attention, and they quickly turn to hear what she has to articulate. The android tells them that the life indication is originating from the Jaha edifice, inside Mount Hua's primary command center. Judging from its location, Robert ceases struggling with Seo Young when he recognizes the Jaha edifice and mentions that the Jaha edifice is where the leader of the Mount Hua sect abides. Sunja confirms what he stated, but tells him that the life indication is potent, but seems to be originating from just one individual. Warren does not articulate anything and just remains quiet, and it seems she knows who the individual is. Subsequently, they successfully reach the Jaha edifice. At night, the structure looks magnificent, but currently seems ominous and enveloped in vapor. They all stand at the portal and wonder what the ominous-looking structure could conceivably contain. Sir Young looks back when she hears a resonant sound. It transpires to be Robert, who is wearing some sort of Iron Man armor, and she asks him what he is doing. He tells her that whoever is in the Jaha edifice is part of those who defiled his homeland, and he does not intend to absolve any of them. Sir Young just asks him if his combat armor is still operational. She mentions that she thought he stowed it away in the repository as soon as he got discharged. and later sold it off. Robert insists that once a special operations soldier, always a special operations soldier, and boasts that he always lubricates and burnishes the armor every day when they get nearer to a tunnel aperture before the edifice. The skipper asks Sunja if the indication is still present through the comms. She asks her if she is still detecting a rejoinder, just to be certain they are not pursuing the breeze. Sunja responds that the life indication is growing stronger and tells them to be cautious because it does not seem to be human. Se-ryung takes note of the information and suggests that they deploy a surveillance automaton first to assist them identify what it is before they go in proximity. Robert exclaims when he hears that what they are pursuing might not be human. Before the skipper can conclude her statement, Robert rushes into the tunnel, screaming out that he will eliminate whatever it is, and menaces the monstrosity to emerge. Because the special operations are here, Se-ryung and Lee just observe him in astonishment, not certain what to articulate. The skipper mentions how peculiar it is that he is causing a disturbance, just because they are in his homeland. She resolves that there is no necessity to dispatch an automaton, since Mr. Patriot must have alerted the quarry with all his clamor. So they proceed to the aperture, and she tells the remainder of them to remain vigilant. Just before they step into the tunnel, a deluge of conflagration emerges from the tunnel and heads directly for them. Se-ryung notices the vivid luminescence and is astounded, wondering what it could be. The torrent of conflagration issues from the tunnel and consumes all that is in its path. Hopefully they are not going against the WIRM. The conflagration is so potent that it runs past the tunnel before the AHA edifice and reaches across to the residences that were constructed before. Soon after, the torrent of conflagration retracts back into the tunnel, and everything calms down again. Se-ryung is astounded by what had just transpired and remains mute. Hwa-rin is also astounded that such a great inferno has just brushed past them, and their animate how they are animate is the amusing part. Both ladies are seen pressed towards each other to avert the conflagration, and the position is quite discomfiting. It transpires Lee had quickly carried both of them on his limbs and created a barrier that obstructed the conflagration to keep them animate. Lee does not even notice their compromising position and looks deeper into the tunnel, wondering whence the conflagration originated. Se-ryung snaps to her senses and looks behind it, asking whence the conflagration suddenly originated. Our guy suggests they move forward and drops Se-ryung on her back, but assists Hwa-rin to her feet. Se-ryung drops on her back and lets out a moan of anguish. When they move forward, they encounter Robert, whose armor seems to have been badly scorched, and they wonder if he is defunct or animate. Se-ryung moves nearer to him and asks him to articulate something, if he is animate, but he just remains motionless as if he has been roasted to death. The skipper signals Sunja through the comms and asks her to scrutinize him to know if he is still animate. Sunja runs a scrutiny on the system and assures them that he is sound, because fortunately for him, his combat armor did its job. Se-ryung wonders why he is not articulating if he is still animate, and Sunja tells her that he is likely just apprehensive out of his mind. The skipper exclaims when she realizes the complication and gives Robert more duration to become conscious. In the meantime, Lee examines the tunnel and wonders whence the sudden conflagration originated. When he looks up, he sees a streak of rose lightning, which captures his attention. As he looks nearer, he notices something strewn around the extremity of the tunnel. It transpires to be small rose flower petals that are making these streaks of luminescence. The petal alights on our guy's hair and shatters, owing to how delicate it is, which perplexes him. Suddenly, the entire tunnel fills up with thousands of other flower petals. Out of nowhere, moving forward, they see that the flower petals are issuing from a man, who seems to be sitting down on a dais. The man transpires to be the leader of the Manhwa Sect, and he just sits on his dais with his eyes closed, enveloped with potent energy, and he seems oblivious of their presence. Lee frowns as he looks at him, still wondering what is transpiring. Se-ryung also sees him and asks Sunja if the man they are looking at is the source of the life form indication. Sunja tells her that he is the source, and he must be the leader of Manhwa. Sunja presents him as flourishing blossom blade sovereign, young Jock San, and this astounds Se-ryung. She looks at him more intently and is astounded to learn that the man is the blade sovereign of Manhwa. Lee reaches out and catches one of the plum blossom flowers and looks at it intently. He states that the fact that the plum blossoms open from the heat signifies that he has achieved the zenith of the plum blossom heavenly fragrance heart method. As the plum blossom shatters in his hands and gives out an amethyst hue, he wonders why they have bloomed in amethyst. He reasons that this signifies that the plum blossom heavenly fragrance method has mixed with another method called the amethyst mist divine heart. Meanwhile, Yang just sits there and disregards their presence, with streaks of rose and amethyst luminescence coming out of his physique. Meanwhile, Huarin gazes at him with tears rolling down from her eyes. Peculiarly enough, she calls him sire. It appears that the Blade Sovereign, who seems to be completely oblivious of his surroundings, is Huarin's progenitor Li, just stands there gazing at Yang. And he ruminates to himself that this situation does not look favorable at all. Yang sits on his dais oblivious to their presence, and it seems he is in his own domain. Saryang walks up to Li and asks what the complication is. He tells her that the plum blossom heavenly fragrance heart method embodies extreme yang, while the amethyst mist divine art embodies extreme yin. Thus, even the elders of Mount Hua can only select one to master. He tells her to consider that extreme yang is conflagration and extreme yin is aqua, and asks her what she believes will transpire when they mix. He answers his own query by stating that when a martial practitioner's desires transcend their thresholds, a fiend takes root in their core, and that individual is no longer human. Li starts to summon the Heartblade, like he did before he vanquished Elena, and it appears like he intends to take out Yang, because he has been taken over by a fiend. He tells Sir Yang to take the others and abscond, because the confrontation will not be an easy one. As he awakens into his energy state and a pure aura fills the air, he tells her that even he cannot assure their safety in such a confrontation. Before he can strike, Huarin rushes towards Yang and calls him sire. Sir Yang shouts and tells her to cease moving near to the man, but Huarin just disregards her admonitions. Meanwhile, Li prepares to strike when he realizes it is too belated to get them into safety. Sunja observes with astonishment on her countenance, wondering what is to become of the maiden. On the chronometer, it is just 2 seconds from 18 song, and Sunja realizes that the maiden and everyone there are in peril. Meanwhile, Huarin disregards all their admonitions and just reaches out to embrace her progenitor, who is still spilling out streaks of lightning out of his physique. The chronometer on the display before Sunja shows that it is just 1 second from 18. Inside the tunnel, the maiden embraces her progenitor, and it seems the energy issuing from him does not affect her at all. Sir Yung's eyes widen as she gazes at her, but our guy just observes to see what will transpire. Suddenly, the blossoms and the luminescence around the dais turn a vivid ochre and begin to vanish. Young gets up from his seat and embraces Huarin, and it seems he can now sense her presence. He looks down at her with paternal affection and holds her head as he embraces her. The skipper is more than unnerved and asks what the devil is transpiring, and why the man suddenly switched from a dreadful monstrosity to an affectionate progenitor. Sunja tells them over the comms that this is regular, because the cosmos has returned to regular. Inside the vessel, Sunja observes the display in disbelief, and Seo Young asks her what she is discussing. The android tells her that everything is regular. Now, on the display, it shows that the time is a few seconds past 18 row. Meanwhile, in the city, people seem to be walking around like naught had transpired. Sunja keeps looking through their lenses, and she tells them that she sees people on the thoroughfares. She keeps looking everywhere, and it seems that people have started to move around. In all the locations that seemed forsaken before, there are couples walking around, people walking around to procure items, and many more. Sunja clarifies that the people who vanished seem to have returned. Meanwhile, Yang still continues embracing Huarin. Sarayon continues observing the panorama before her, and she cannot comprehend the fact that every missing individual seems to have appeared at once. Li, on the other hand, does not seem a bit impressed, and he seemed to be observing with a frown. The people walk around the town at the sunrise of the day, and they do not seem to be cognizant that nobody was in the town just a few moments prior. Robert, Seo Young, and Sunja go have a seat in one of the eateries, and they seem perturbed by all that is transpiring. Seo Young asks Sunja why she had not detected any life form, and asks her if the biosensor was malfunctioning. Sunja, who is having a beverage, tells her that they examined it together, and they had confirmed that the sensor was regular. The android connects to the sensor again, and confirms that it is still regular. Even as they speak, as she scrutinizes the people, she notices that something is amiss about the people around them. She tells the bounty hunters that the people here all have their internal energy depleted. Both adults and youngsters do not seem to show any internal energy. Reading Robert states that should not be so much of a complication, since the people look all right. But Se-ryung still feels quite discomfited. He tells them it is fine since they had thought they were defunct before, but have now found out they are animate. He looks behind him and states he is famished, so he resolves to order some sustenance. Robert waves to the attendant in the eatery and attempts to signal her to take his order. Se-ryung tells him that he was making such a commotion all just a while prior, and now he does not seem to care anymore. The server starts to walk towards them, so Robert mentions to them that she is coming over to take their orders. When she comes near to them, Robert tells her that he will have a double portion of noodles and a large special dong pork. He suddenly notices something peculiar and ceases articulate. The server walks directly past him, and she does not seem to pay attention to a syllable he uttered. Robert freezes with his hands still in the air, wondering if she just has subpar customer service or she did not hear him. He looks back and notices her attending to other patrons and asks why she walked past him and wonders if she was too occupied to hear him. When she heads back towards them, he is relieved she is coming back. So he shouts to her that he would like to make an order. The lady walks past him again and does not utter a syllable, and it seems like he is not present. Robert freezes again with his hands in the air, and this time he just opens his mouth in perplexity. He suddenly exclaims, wondering what is transpiring and why the server keeps disregarding it. Sunja assists him understand and tells him that it is not that she did not hear him, but it is like the people around them cannot see them at all. Sunja clarifies that no one in the eatery has ever paused to look at them, even when they are directly before them. They still pass by as if they are part of the panorama. She clarifies that they are not cognizant of their presence at all, and it is like they never existed in the first instance. Seo-young has an unfavorable premonition about this, but she states she does not want to get embroiled and covers herself up because of the chill. Meanwhile, Young is seen having his early matutinal tea. Right after he leaves the spot where he embraced Hwa-rin, he pours some tea from his teapot into small receptacles and sits down to relish the matutinal. He soon drinks the tea and relishes himself, even while there are visitors before him proximate. Hwa-rin clarifies to Lee that he is not someone who would impolitely drink his tea alone, while visitors are before him. She calls out to him in apprehension, but he does not seem to be cognizant of their presence at all. She tells him that he cannot see them, and that is why he is acting this way. She also informs him that he has been like this since she got back from her excursion. Meanwhile, Yang continues to sip and relish his tea quietly. Hwa-rin tells Lee that the peculiar thing is that he does all his work and tasks regularly. She states he goes for inspections, eats his meals, and tends to his gardens like he always does. She states that he does these things at precisely the same times every day. Like a clockwork automaton, Lee walks up to him, and he looks unnerved. He waves before Yang's countenance, but he does not respond, so Hwa-rin tells him it is no use because he cannot see them. She tells him he must be cautious, because something can go amiss if you prevent him from doing his repetitive regimen. Lee, who did not hear that part, drags Yang's receptacle out of his hands. Warren panics and screams out that what he did was an exceedingly bad notion, and tells him to get out of the path. Lee, who is astonished to see her reaction, does not notice the Blade Sovereign swinging his blade towards his neck for interrupting him before the Blade Sovereign makes a full swing. Our guy, who is always swift on his feet, bends backwards and evades the assault. He looks up at the blade swing past him and realizes that it is about to go down. As he looks up towards Yang, who quickly directs his blade downwards and attempts to pin him to the ground with it, Lee quickly rolls out of the path and averts several swift movements of the blade's edge towards him. The Blade Sovereign moves at lightning swift velocity, but fortunately our guy is equally as swift. The Blade Sovereign moves so swiftly that it seems that he is cutting with several blades at once, and Lee does not have choice but to keep evading. Yang creates an energy force in his hands and attempts to release it towards Lee, who is standing directly before him. Lee becomes incensed and tells him it is sufficient, rushing to meet him with his own energy force, because it is perilous to let him release it. Our guy rams his palms towards Yang's palm to stop the effect of his martial method and prevent indetonation. The The force released from both energy sources is so potent that it creates a great undulation of detonation that rips through the chamber and nearly injures Hwarin. As she observes the confrontation, she screams out to Lee to cease the confrontation. The weight of the detonation throws Yang backwards into the vapor, but Lee still stands his ground. Yang gets back up with murderous resolve in his eyes, and his entire physique releases flashes of light. To think this is all because of a receptacle of tea, our guy notices that he is showing the reaction of exhibiting extreme. Yang and Ian together like he did in the tunnel. Hwarin just shouts that. The sole way to stop him from continuing his rampage is to return his teacup to him. Lee keeps looking at him, and he mentions that when an individual attempts to transcend an implausible threshold, their physique cannot withstand it. Thus the tenet should be that the individual falls into inner fiends. Their physique bursts like a vesicle, and they end up shredded in pieces. As he observes Young increase in an energy and walk towards him, Lee wonders that what he is doing should clearly be an implausible realm to tread in, and he should have perished. Young keeps talking towards him with a bearing conflagration around it, as well as amethyst and rose luminescence. Suddenly a large plum blossom flower shows up again out of nowhere. The flower's rose exterior is tainted with an amethyst hue, and it moves before Young, who is walking towards him with a vortex around it. Lee wonders that he seems to be a human, yet he is not a human at the same instance. And he wonders why his situation is peculiar, and what the narrative behind this is. Hwarin screams out to him again and tells him to hasten, because waiting for too long can be perilous. The menacing and lethal-looking flower closes in on Lee, who still remains stooped. Hwarin observes the whole affair in dread, hoping that he is able to return the receptacle quickly. Lee suddenly brings out the receptacle and prepares to throw. He swings backwards so he can get sufficient impetus to reach Young. He soon throws it with great force, and the receptacle goes flying towards Young. The receptacle flies towards the large and dreadful-looking plum blossom. The receptacle heads directly for its center, and it seems that the flower will stop its movement. Fortunately, the receptacle tears through the center of the flower and goes directly through it. As it tears through the flower detonates into a dark amethyst gas. Warren observes in anticipation, hoping that the receptacle will reach her sire and all the combating will cease. Suddenly Yang catches the receptacle in midair, and it seems that was what he was combating for all along. After the blade, Sovereign retrieves the receptacle. The rose conflagration and lightning around him start diminishing quickly. The energy dips lay around him ceases after he catches the receptacle, and it appears like matters are returning to regular. Yang returns back to his previous state and continues with his tea, drinking in his small chair. He pours some more tea into the receptacle like he did previously, and disregards the two individuals in the chamber like they are not present. Lee frowns as he looks at him, realizing that one of them nearly perished just because of a teacup. Warren looks marginally relieved to see that matters have been resolved. Soon after night comes, and everything becomes dark again. Warren tells Lee about how she returned home after she concluded her interstellar excursion half a month prior. Meanwhile, Sunja, Seo Young, and Robert walk amidst the people, wondering what is genuinely transpiring. Hwa tells Lee that when she returned, she noticed that everything had altered in the thoroughfares. The trio continues to walk through the thoroughfares, wondering if anyone can see them at all. Warren tells our guy that all the people act as if they are clockwork automatons, and they keep repeating the same things at the same instance, in precisely the same way while still on the thoroughfares. Robert reaches out and attempts to stop one of the men walking on the thoroughfares. Warren tells Lee that another peculiar thing transpires if you try to stop any of the townspeople from doing their repetitive activities. On the thoroughfares, the man that Robert stops just stops on his tracks and does not turn at all. Robert speaks to the man and tells him that he would like to ask him about what has transpired on the planet, but the man seems quite occupied on a call on his device. Robert ceases articulating when he realizes that the man is not answering him at all, but continues on his device. All of a sudden he exclaims when he notices that the man has frozen directly on the thoroughfare and is not moving a limb. Warren tells Lee that whenever you attempt to stop any of the people from doing their usual activities, they stop. Meanwhile, Robert attempts to signal the man, but he does not get a rejoinder. Not just that everyone ceases moving. Huarun tells Li that something else transpires. After everyone ceases moving on the thoroughfares, every individual suddenly starts to fade away, like they were never present in the first instance. The man Robert stopped fades away directly before his eyes, and he just looks at him astonished. He is honestly astounded and wonders what is transpiring. He looks towards Sunja and asks her what just transpired, and asks if they had just translocated. Sunja just gazes at the people vanish too, and she tells him she does not know. Seoyoung looks at Sunja and asks her what she signifies by that, because there is no one that can know if she does not. The android tells them that it seems like translocation, judging from the particle undulation form. But the complication is that it is too large a scale. Seoyoung does not comprehend and asks her what she signifies by that, because she had not looked back to notice that everyone else had also vanished. She and Robert look behind them, and they realize that they are all alone. She asks Sunja whence everyone suddenly went to. Sunja just continues to scrutinize the environment, and she tells them that all indications of life have vanished from the entire planet. The skipper is astounded to hear that, and asks her to reiterate what she just articulated. Meanwhile, Huarun tells Li that when everyone vanishes like that, something else transpires. She looks outside towards the thoroughfares and tells them some peculiar creatures start to show up when people vanish like that. On the thoroughfares of the town, Seoyoung, Robert and Sunja notice some peculiar things on the thoroughfares of the city. An army of automatons marches towards them. They all march in a regular sequence, and a mist seems to suddenly cover the ground. Robert, Seoyoung, and Sunja gaze at them in terror, and Robert asks what the devil those things are. The automatons all seem to be wielding blades and continue to march towards them. And multitudes of automatons advance toward them from all trajectories. The commander rejoins that she's not certain either, but she states that it appears that they're in a very perilous predicament. Right now, she congeals on the spot and watches the automaton advance towards them, unsure of where to proceed since they're ensnared. She queries Sunja if they're automatons while still looking at them. She also queries why they all appear half-finished, since their midsection region basically contains nothing but a linking Ferris rod. Sanja scrutinizes them with her scanner and informs her that they're not automatons, but construction mechanoids. She elucidates that they are models created for uncomplicated labor, like planetary development. Also, since they are early models, they're equipped with low-capacity AI, so their cognitive abilities are constrained. Seoyoung slightly exhales a sigh of respite and states she freaked out for naught, since they're just construction mechanoids. Seoyoung informs them that according to the 3 edicts of robotics, mechanoids can never injure a human. But Robert does not appear so certain. He perceives they're holding swords and queries what construction mechanoids would want to utilize them for. Soraya informs him they're probably utilizing them in place of implements and walks toward the mechanoids to signal them. She informs them there are populace here and commands them to move aside and find another trajectory so as not to congregate around and scare populace. One of the mechanoids runs towards her and endeavors to cut her. Odious lips off before she can articulate. Jack Robinson. It swings its swords towards her and endeavors to divide her in half, but she swiftly releases an vitality blast towards it. I invariably knew AI would take over the world. Fortunately, the blast gives her sufficient of a push to move out of the way and circumvent the cut. She irately looks at the mechanoid and queries it what the blazes it's doing, and ponders if it's malfunctioning. Their rejoinder to her question shocks her, as several of them vault towards her with swords in her palms. They vault around like shinobi, and proceed to cut her in fragments with her long, acuminate swords to halt them all at once. Seoyoung releases a large vitality explosion towards them, utilizing her combat art capability from the Jaha Pavilion. Huarun and Li perceive the large explosion rip through the city. She informs Li that these are the things that she was articulating about, and they invariably materialize when the populace disappear in the avenues. Sarayon persists, releasing inferno at the automatons, while Sunja clings to her waist to preserve her precious existence, and Robert runs away like a coward. Huarun informs Li that the automatons invariably assault every animate thing they perceive. Concurrently, the trio vaults on a rooftop, and the automatons follow them, hell-bent on tearing them to fragments. A swarm of automatons are perceived on the rooftop and on the ground, and it looks like there's nowhere to run. Warren informs Lee that she was also assaulted when she came back residence. After finishing her tour, she looks towards the left to look at her progenitor's T-spot. When she hears him departing, she finds the spot vacuous and informs Lee that she wouldn't have survived if it were not for her progenitor. Yang goes back to his throne and persists his meditation. Warren informs Lee that for some rationale, the automatons never come to where her progenitor is. Concurrently, Yang returns back to his throne and reposes his appendage on it. He sits down, and the place commences to burn with a pinkish inferno once more, like it did when they had just arrived. He soon closes his orbs, and his entire surroundings are enclosed with the pink inferno again. As he goes deeper in his meditation, the vivid pink luminescence bursts out and the plum blossoms materialize again. Warren also informs Lee that if everyone disappears, only her dad appears to remain. The only detrimental part is that he remains in that state and cannot be reached. Lee looks right at him and informs her that Yang is endeavoring to hang on. She turns to look at him and queries him what he means by that. He informs her that he's hanging on by burning his entire internal vitality, along with his spirit ready to confront inner demons if he has to. It appears this has been the way he hasn't been annihilated. Lee places a palm on Hua Rin's cranium and informs her. It appears that there is something that Yang is endeavoring to safeguard, regardless of what alluding to her. She just gazes at her progenitor with compassion in her orbs, pondering what he must be going through. Our fellow remarks that the sword Sovereign's actions are quite commendable. He abruptly walks out of the chamber and informs her to follow him, so he can take care of all this. The damsel is shocked at his abrupt exit and queries him where they're proceeding. He does not turn back, and he informs her he wishes to take a good look at the visage of the scoundrel responsible for this concurrently. On the avenues Seoyoung, Sunja and Robert escape to a cul-de-sac, and it appears there's nothing to do but to confront the automatons. They're encompassed by mechanoids on all sides, and they ponder what to do before they're slain. The mechanoids all gaze at them with eerie crimson orbs, and they do not look like they're here to trifle. Saryeon commences to stammer, and she queries why they're doing this and why they're assaulting humans. She queries Sunja if it's even normally feasible for mechanoids to assault humans. Sunja, who is concealing behind her, states that it's unfeasible because the intelligent systems of automatons still cannot transgress the 3 edicts of robotics. Sunja persists that assaulting humans isn't even an option for them, but it sure looks like it is. The commander queries her why these automatons are acting like this, and ponders if they're malfunctioning or can't perceive them as humans. Robert commences to crunch the numerals from his knowledge while in the special forces, and reasons that since automatons can assault humans, this may be the combat automatons that he used to hear about. The automatons abruptly vault towards them and proceed to transfix them on every side. Since they're weary of their babbling, and the men brace for impact, Seoyoung brings out her sword and informs Sunja to hold on firmly and to conceal well, to circumvent being hit by their swords. Abruptly, several beams of luminescence hit the flying automatons right in midair. The beats hit them so hard that it splits some of them in fragments and disarms them of their swords. The impact releases a colossal explosion in the firmament as many of the automatons detonate. Seoyoung and Sunja gaze in astonishment, pondering who had abruptly come to rescue them. Right behind them, Robert materializes with his combat attire again and comes in guns blazing. He abruptly announces that they're not mechanoids. He informs them that there's something designated Iron Gangshur. PS Gangshur are reanimated corpses or revenants. The Iron Gangshur do not appear to give up because they've been found out and arrayed themselves again to strike, concurrently in a remote place. Someone named Count Richard watches the entire tussle on a display. Another individual introduces to him that the populace on the display are designated Incandescent Fiend Tang Seoyoung. And next to her is PL00316KBE Intelligent Automaton Suna. While looking at an image of them freaking out, she elucidates that the third individual is the former first sergeant of the Northern Galaxy Combat Unit, Special Tactical Division Robert Carlyle. The individual making the presentation appears to be another Iron Gang. She elucidates to her superior that the Devils are a collective of reward seekers, mostly operating in the peripheries of the galaxy. She remarks that they're not a menace, and they can be eliminated within 10 seconds. Her superior queries her. If she had just stated that Robert was from the Northern Galaxy combat unit while he looks at the image of Robert going in, guns blazing and whooping gang. She behind, he verifies if he's also from the Special Tactical Division. The Gongsi queries him if she should issue the command to eliminate them. He looks at the display with his half-metallic visage and considers the next course of action. Concurrently, Lee reaches the spot where the fellows are combating the gang Sure. He perceives several fractured robotic fragments on the ground and queries what appears to be occurring. The combat appears to have concluded, so he queries them how the combat is already over, when they were just combating a moment ago. Several robotic fragments are perceived littered on the ground, and even on the rooftop, Robert responds to him and gloats that he went all out on the automatons this time. He remarks that he's been awaiting every day for an occasion like this, and that elucidates why he hasn't thrown away his attire. He flexes his attire for a bit to show them. It's splendid and fully functional. He boasts to have kept everything well lubricated, just awaiting an occasion like this. And Lee just gazes at him in astonishment when he sarcastically queries, what would have occurred today if he had listened to someone and vended his equipment as secondhand, obviously alluding to Seoyoung. She just frowns and folds her appendage, weary of him yapping. Robert elucidates that they were compelled to have to vend it back then because they were pressed for currency and needed funds for sustenance. Ingredients while he boasts about how they would not have been able to address them today had he not held out. Lee picks up one of the robotic palms and examines it. Sunja bursts Robert's bubbles and informs him that they did not address the gang Sure, but they retreated on their own, and they wouldn't have survived if they had persisted assaulting them. Lee holds up the metallic palm and ponders what it is, reflecting it's part of an armor. Sir Young informs him it's not part of an armor, but it's a mechanoid or rather an automaton. He endeavors to articulate what she stated and designates it a drobot. He informs her to converse in a manner he comprehends, because he cannot comprehend what she's articulated. They never had automatons in his civilization, and he cannot even conceive the notion. So Young just resolved to repose somewhere because she's weary, and informs him he wouldn't comprehend even if she elucidates to him. So she queries Sunja to summarize it for him. Sunja elucidates to him to conceive of an automaton as a machine that can reflect and act like an individual. He looks totally stunned and states that, regardless of how much the world has transformed, it's not feasible that a fragment of metal could emulate a human. Something abruptly occurs that freaks Lee out. Sunja removes her cranium and extends it out to him to prove her point graphically. Our fellow loses his intellect and commences to scream. He runs behind Hwarin and almost knocks her to the ground, demanding to know what sort of creature Sunja is. Sirion gets up and queries Sunja if she hadn't informed him that she was an automaton, but Sunja informs her that they've been busy. Concurrently, one of the annihilated Gongsi that still has its intelligence unit appears to be active. It opens its orbs and looks right at the collective, who appear oblivious to its activity. He records Lee picking up Hwarin and concealing behind her. Concurrently, the gang Sure that was elucidating to Count Richard connects to the live feed and informs him. Our fellow isn't registered on the archives in the secret hideout. They watch the footage on the display and the gang. She adds that Lee does not appear to be mounted with an internal vitality impetus, and this indicates that he's a pure, unadulterated. Count Richard gets up to depart and informs them that, judging from our fellow's foolish actions, he's not someone to worry about. He informs them that the individual they need to be worried about is Robert. He states that he must be an elite warrior if he's from the Special Tactical Division of the Galaxy Combat Unit. The Count also believes that he must be the best of the best. If he's a first sergeant, he reasons to himself that someone like Robert wouldn't have come to this place by coincidence without a definite objective. So he commands them to be thoroughly vigilant and investigative. Concurrently, somewhere else in the vast expanse of the galaxy, a vivid constellation materializes. It transpires it's not a constellation, but a transport vessel that's journeying through cosmos. The location appears to be no other place than the 32nd precinct of the heavenly demon Sect. Inside the precinct commander, Zhong, and the precinct's elder Zhou await the entrance of their special guest. Moments later, their guest's transport vessel enters their precinct, and the entryways open for him to come out. He comes out wearing some thongs, and he looks rather chill. He walks towards the commander and elder. who bow their craniums as they receive him as a sign of reverence, since he's higher up in the chain of command. The commander thanks him for coming such a long way to perceive them, and alludes to him as an official. He oscitates wearily and concurs that it was quite a long journey. The official appears to be a superior infant, and he informs them his long journey better be worth all the exertion. He is Chodan, the first-class official of the Catastrophe Safety Headquarters, Central Committee of the Heavenly Demon Sect. They get straight to affairs, and Cho inspects the bulging crimson mark on Sanjian's cranium, where Lee had slapped him. Sanjian is perceived in a wheelchair, and it's clear he's still recuperating from the physical and mental impact of the experience. Commander Yang queries Officer Cho if there's anything he perceives. The official looks freaked out, and he looks closely at the peculiar palm mark on Sanjian's cranium. He stands on a footstool because he's not so tall, and he persists to gaze at the mark without articulating a syllable. Finally, Cho lays a palm on the mark and queries Sanjun if it injures. Sanjun answers that the pain has greatly diminished, but he remarks that his cranium still feels a persistent warmth. Cho queries him to reiterate what he stated so he can clarify, and he ponders how there's still warmth and no pain. Sanjun looks down, still dejected from the experience, and affirms that this is what has been occurring to him. Abruptly, Sanjin experiences a great deal of pain. When something occurs, the official presses his cranium again, and does the same maneuver that Lee had done to him, causing him to groan out in pain. Once pummeled, twice shy. The loudness of the squadron chieftain screams fills the entire medical laboratory. Over the larger mark that Lee had made, official Chas, smaller palms, make a smaller mark. But Sanjin cannot complain because he's his superior. After the official removes his palms, a vapor rises from the spot he had placed his palms on, just like it did after Lee did it. He places his palms on his chin and persists to ponder the circumstance. The commander realizes what he's getting at, so he informs him that this previous mark is quite different, because the original scar is swollen, but the second one is rather indented. So it does not appear like the same combat art technique. Joe does not look at him, but he informs him they're the same. He informs him the previous scar is the same scar from the 9 palm technique. The commander looks at him in astonishment, because this verifies the Sword Matriarch's utterances, that this unidentified individual has some relationship with the heavenly demon Sect. Later on, the commander endeavors to elucidate that the 9 palm is the lowest tier combat art taught to any introductory disciple in their set, and this new technique is much more advanced. While they converse elder, Joe goes to bring some sustenance for their visitor, since he must be famished. The commander persists by stating that he had also mastered the 9 palm technique at the age of 7 concurrently. The elder sets the surface Joan, informs him that the scar from the 9 palm appears to be quite different from the original scar that was made. The official concurs with him and states that the essence of the 9 palm lies in frigid vitality, but this one left behind warmth instead, so the scars would naturally be different. The official informs them that whoever did this has reached a stratum where he can perfectly suppress the fundamental frigidity of the 9 palm and leave only the warmth of the impact. Officer Cho elucidates that it's an active deliberation that the individual did to circumvent injuring the adversary. The commander is genuinely shocked, and he stammeringly queries if it's even feasible to reverse the fundamental nature of combat arts, since that is like making inferno out of ice. Cho informs him that it's theoretically feasible, while he awaits for his sustenance to cool down. When he gets hungry, he informs the commander to leave the deliberation for now, and queries if they can eat initially, and proffers him some umber bean noodles. Commander Zhang just frowns at him, pondering how he can think of sustenance at such a pressing time. He eventually concurs no point reflecting hard with an empty stomach. Concurrently, on the Manhwa planet, the team returns back into the Devil vessel, and Robert informs everyone that those things they combated are designated. Iron Gangsher. Sunja drops another alp of Frankfurters before Lee and Seorian glares at him. It's alarming the rate at which this fellow eats. She joins in on the sustenance and queries Robert to elucidate what iron gang shoes are. Robert informs them that it was a rumor he heard while he was still in service. Apparently, they were developing a novel type of combat automaton that includes slaying humans in its parameters. Sarah Young informs him that's ludicrous, because automaton Intelligent circuits are designed based on the 3 edicts of robotics, and they can't injure humans. Concurrently, Lee, who still can't wrap his intellect around the fact that Sunja isn't human, endeavors to pull on her cheeks to perceive what it's made of, but she just frowns while he does this. Robert responds to Soraya that to bypass the 3 edicts of automatons, they replace the intelligent circuits with the cerebrums of deceased humans. And this revelation shocks Seo Young. He informs them that is precisely why it's designated the Iron Gang Sure Project. Lee, who is still examining Sunja's visage, queries her one more time if she's genuinely not human, just to verify. She queries him if he would like her to remove her cranium again, for him to perceive, and also proffers to disassemble her appendages and legs, just so he can be certain. Our fellow swiftly informs her there will be no necessity for that, and states that this world has become bizarre. Still looking totally stunned, he resolves to leave her alone and concentrate on the sustenance. Seo Yoon persists her chat with Robert, and informs him that what he's stating makes sense, based on the fact that they assaulted him. But it's too absurd to believe if she hadn't perceived it for herself. Concurrently, Lee congeals when he realizes the platter is vacuous, and the duo has finished all that frankfurter. While he was examining Sunjae, Seo Young perceives Lee glancing at her, and she looks at him and states that it's really deranged that someone would utilize the cerebrums of deceased populace. She is met with a frigid gaze from Lee, who gazes in dismay upon realizing there's no more sustenance. The commander does not realize why he's looking at her like that, so she queried him what's amiss and why he's making the visage. When she looks down and perceives the tray is vacuous, she exclaims and figures it out. She swiftly commands Sunja to sear more frankfurters to feed him, to circumvent tribulation. Sunja looks at her vacantly and informs her that they're out of frankfurters. Sir Young just dismisses it and states, then there's nothing they can do. So she returns to the deliberation about getting a clear grasp of what is occurring. On the planet, she turns away from the surface and states that it feels to her that they're caught in a rather unfortunate predicament. Behind her, Lee abruptly exclaims about how they're disrespectful beings and abruptly commences to light up, which makes Sir Young turn back. He irately states that, even if the epic of the martial world's etiquette is gone, it's alarming that she had the audacity to purloin his sustenance. Sir Young is alarmed and queries Robert what the blazes Lee is stating, but he just informs her he has no clue. Our fellow commences to awaken, and he states that she does not have the excuse of not knowing his genuine identity, because he had declared himself to be the supreme heavenly demon, and queries what gave her the audacity. Once more she places a palm on her waist, and recollects that he did state he was the supreme heavenly demon, and Robert also remembers such disrespect. She mulls over it, and can't make any sense of what that would even signify. The commander just disregards him and turns around stating it's perplexing, but they'll address that later, since they have bigger priorities right now. Concurrently, Lee is still burning hot with ire. Robert gets uneasy sitting down with him at the repast surface and halts Seo Young so they can depart together. Sunja also hastens out of the vessel, endeavoring to circumvent Lee's tribulation. Eventually, Lee is left alone, and he has no choice but to stow away. His ire is awakening. Soon halts since there's no one to be incensed at. He looks at the tray once more and perceives the oil utilized to sear the frankfurters, and some bits of frankfurter still left in the tray. He looks closer at the small bits of frankfurter that they had left in the tray, and he gets a notion eventually. He reaches out and grabs it, since that's all that's available. Can't afford to famish to demise, because he's the supreme heavenly demon. He places it in his maw still with a frown on his visage, but it appears he's come to terms with living with such lowly mortals. Concurrently, the fragments from the Iron Gang she's are still perceived outside. Sunja proceeds to pick one of the automaton's craniums to inspect it more closely, in hopes that they'd be able to figure something out. Se-ryung just stands there and looks at the whole pandemonium, pondering where to commence from. Their vessel is still in the firmament in case they need to escape soon, and the entire place is littered with automaton fragments, like a mechanic laboratory. Robert picks up one automaton appendage and perceives the joints are too feeble. He ponders why they're so poorly made and why the alloy is so feeble. Sunja examines the cranium she's holding and informs him it's poorly made because it's not a finished product, and these are just archetypes She looks closely at the cranium she's holding and scrutinizes it, utilizing the scanners in her orbs. Sunja scrutinizes it for a while and does not persist what she was stating. Seryung perceives her rapt attention and queries her if she's endeavoring to perceive something in the automaton's cranium. Sunja responds affirmatively and states that the automaton's neural networks are also quite uncomplicated and endeavors to open up the cranium. After she opens the compartment, its intelligence wafer is ejected, which Sunja designates as a primitive M207 wafer. She elucidates that the wafer is at a stratum, too embarrassing to be alluded to as artificial intelligence. Sunja informs them that the M207 wafer is optimized for receiving commands, so it lacks autonomous volition, which is technically not artificial intelligence. Seryung follows her train of reflections and queries if they were remotely controlled. To her astonishment, Sunja replies with an affirmation and states that each individual unit was remotely controlled. The automaton swiftly scrutinizes the perimeters and states that the total number of mechanoids that assaulted them was 817 based on what she could detect. She reasons that this would signify that at least 817 humans were controlling those mechanoids. Can currently perceive a laboratory filled with liquid-filled tubes. Each tube appears to be connected to a series of wires and contains something that cannot be clearly perceived. Count Richard and his other automatons walk towards a laboratory to look at their experiments. He looks at the array of tubes with an evil and resolute look in his orbs, like every other evil character in the world. Taking a closer look, each tube is perceived to contain denuded populace, whose cerebrums are connected to a series of wires. And it's clear this is where the automatons are being controlled. One of the unconscious men, who is obviously one of the townspeople, is perceived floating in the liquid, and he looks quite haggard. On the avenues, Seoyoung queries Sunja what the total population of Manhwa Precinct is, endeavoring to figure out something. Sunja informs her that the precise number of populace that live here is 98. Weigh 8 concurrently. Back in the Jaha Pavilion, Sword Sovereign Yang is still perceived burning all his internal vitality with his spear. The denizens realize that only one individual is missing, which must be the Sword Sovereign. The Sword Sovereign remains unconscious, and the pink inferno envelopes him, as well as several plus blossom petals. Near the throne, Huarin sits down and gazes at her progenitor with pain in her orbs. In another part of the world, Commander Zhang is shocked to hear what Cho has informed him, and he courteously queries him to reiterate himself. While he wipes his maw, Officer Cho reiterates that he commands a state of immobility and lockdown for the entire Precinct 32. He elucidates that no one must move and no one must be allowed in. He also informs him to recall all dispatch personnel immediately. The commander is still shocked and queries why he has made this abrupt decision. The official just informs him these are precarious times, and they require such measures. He persists by stating that 2 millennia of peace have been too long, and the prestige of the martial alliance, formed by the union of major sects, has long faded. He queried the commander if he knows what occurs when the fangs of the tiger that rules an out fall out, endeavoring to describe their circumstance in a figure of speech. Commander Yang answers and informs him that the wolves will take over. Cho informs him that's erroneous, but rather the wolves will endeavor to become tigers themselves. Cho reminds him that wolves form packs because of tigers. He adds that when the tiger is gone, they look around with orbs that saw the tiger, and fellow wolves commence to appear feeble instead. And this makes them want to assault them because they're much feebler than the tiger. He persists by stating that the first to become the objective in such times is the strongest wolf, because it's a tussle for potency. Officer Cho swiftly returns to his flight pod and walks with the commander, while other members of the sect bow to him. He persists his narrative by stating that the wolves will utilize the hunting habits they developed while in packs to band together and slay the strongest wolf amongst them. He makes his pronouncement clear and states that their sect is the strongest wolf in the current martial world, and they have to act with extreme caution. The commander queries him if he's stating that the unidentified individual utilizing their sex combat art is related to what he just stated. Cho confesses that he does not know, and that's the major complication. While he steps into his pod, he informs the commander that he received an emergency communication just before arriving in their precinct. that an unidentified individual headed toward Manhwa. Commander Young is shocked to hear him mention Manhwa and queries to clarify if he's hearing correctly. The official affirms it and informs him that an unidentified element has been placed on a powder keg and is ready to detonate. So they're just a solitary spark from an explosion in the martial world. Officer Cho elucidates that because of this, it's most important that they comprehend the current circumstance before taking any action at all. Faction aspiring to comprehend what is occurring. Presently, the chieftain merely observes him depart and does not know what to deduce from the entire affair. He scowls at the whole predicament, and it seems like they're going to have to remain inactive for now. Over at Manhwa, Ser Young and the crew go to the Jaha Pavilion to encounter Hwarin, Ser Jungwidis Hwarin, to verify what she had stated about the individuals who had vanished, consistently appearing at nightfall. Hwarin affirms that they do, excluding her progenitor, who always remains behind irrespective of their vanish. She elucidates that he always remains behind in the blazing stick and stays on this dais. Ser Young looks at him blankly and does not know what to deduce from the entire circumstance. Blade Sovereign Young just sits on this dais, amidst the conflagration, and does not yet perceive their presence at all. Seo Young queries Sunja how much duration they possess until twilight, to ascertain when the individuals will be appearing once more. Sunja informs her that the Manhwa planet alternates between daytime and nighttime every 6 hours based on her calculations. Sunja informs her they possess 1 second until twilight. Abruptly, something transpires in the subsequent second that astounds the captain. Directly before her like clockwork, the Blade Sovereign gets up and embraces Hwarin, holding her head like he did the prior instance. Warren elucidates to them that he does these things, like caressing her head without any awareness. She recounts that he even proceeds to sip tea while inspecting the surroundings, and later goes to peruse in the garden. She tells them that these were the precise things he did before she departed for her last performance excursion on her natal day the year preceding, which signifies he has been on this cycle for an exceedingly long duration now. She states that for some rationale, he reiterates this every day when the sun ascends. Hwarin, who still appears somber, tells them the others also do the same thing every single day. Over the comms, Robert tells the captain that something is amiss because none of the individuals seem to be appearing. He is seen sitting on a rooftop, and he informs her that the thoroughfares are still deserted. Seo Young gets apprehensive and wonders why they are tardy today. So she queries Sunja if she detects anything. Sunja informs her she detects something else entirely. She looks at the captain and tells her that instead of the individuals appearing, she seems to be progressively vanishing. Seo Young starts to vanish from their sight, and she is astounded when she hears those words. She looks at her hands and notices she is becoming ethereal and wonders what is occurring. Her hands completely vanish, and she starts to exclaim. Sunja tells them that the captain's vital indications seem to be vanishing abruptly. She vanishes right from their sight, and all that remains is a faint luminescence. Meanwhile, Hwarin remains in her progenitor's embrace. Outside the atmosphere of the Manhwa planet, a greenwood vessel is seen drifting through space. Inside Kim, the Galaxy Division chieftain is seen looking over Manhwa and its paired moons. Captain Che Zhou enters within and attempts to call his attention to something. He elucidates that a translocation was detected from the center of the Manhwa planet. A short while prior, the captain tells him that their assessment verifies that the moving identity is the blazing Devil Sarya. Kim queries him what the destination of the translocation is. The captain informs him that she was translocated to the second moon of the Manhwa planet, named Jinna. Meanwhile, we go to the panorama on Jinta, Manhwa's second moon, somewhere on the surface of the moon. There is a profound chasm bored inside the profound. Dark chasm, a scream of shock is heard inside the chasm. The luminescence that remained after Sarah Young vanished abruptly appears. She continues to scream and shout that her physique is vanishing, but she is nowhere to be seen. Her physique starts to slowly materialize in the chasm, and she keeps shouting and asking why her physique is vanishing. Her physique starts to form without her limbs, and Seo Young is unnerved and wonders if she has perished and become a phantom. She starts to speak to an unknown entity that she believes to be deity and implores him to bring her back to life. because she still has so much to accomplish. As she raises her hands in supplication, she notices that her hands have fully materialized. So she ceases shouting and wonders what is occurring. She is astonished that she has become visible and keeps asking, what the devil is occurring? Her gaze is abruptly drawn to the individuals before her, and she realizes she may not be in the hereafter before her. Count Richard sits down on his divan, with his android A by his side. Count Richard does not articulate anything, but he just observes her and awaits for her to calm her composure. Sir Young looks directly at him and wonders who he is. He does not articulate a word, but he just scowls as he looks at her with a menacing look in his eyes. A moment of quietude is maintained in the ominous chamber, and neither of them articulate anything. Meanwhile, in the Greenwood vessel, the captain tells Kim that the translocation they observe seems to be a little peculiar. He elucidates that there are no vestiges of ascent from the moving entity during the translocation procedure. The captain mentions that if this is the circumstance, this could be an unsanctioned coerced transfer, which is unilateral translocation prohibited by galactic statute. He suggests to the chieftain that this may be a grave issue, and it might be best to report the matter to those higher in rank. Kim does not turn back, and just queries him if there is anyone higher than him, which is evidently a rhetorical query. The captain grasps his implication, that he is asking him not to circumvent his authority. So he just remains quiet and does not speak. He soon blurts out that there is not and bows swiftly, declaring the Black Tiger as his sole commanding authority. Kim praises his demeanor and tells him to keep overseeing the situation of things for now. He also mentions that they cannot articulate anything just yet because the use of prohibited technologies by the galactic statute on the moon could imply substantial backing from a higher authority. He tells the captain not to intercede rashly and ensure he investigates meticulously before they can take any action, because they need to evaluate whether knowing about all this brings them more detriment or advantage. The captain just responds with a loud affirmation to his superior's directives. Kim keeps gazing at the paired moons and privately wonders what could be deduced from the whole affair. Soon after, some intelligence reaches the West Heaven Blade matron, and she asks again to verify that she heard it accurately. It appears that Elena had just told her about the man she encountered in Manhwa, and she asks her to reiterate herself. Elena, who is on her knees, elucidates that the man she encountered professed to be her progenitor. She verifies what she stated, and states that the man told her he was the one who sired her. She continues her narrative and talks about how she lost against him in a contest, hearing that astounds the Blade Matron, because of how arduous it is for any martial practitioner to vanquish Elena. She ruminates about Manhwa and considers that the individual who vanquished her daughter and who professed to be her progenitor is now at Manhwa. Meanwhile, on Manhwa, Robert slams his hand on the table to make a declaration. He screams out that they have to preserve the captain, and he is overstating a bit. Like he always does, he angrily rails that some scoundrel had the audacity to abduct their captain, and Lee just listens to him quietly. Lee starts to rail some more. Lee does not comprehend any of the words he is articulating, so he queries Sunja what Robert is discussing. Sunja tells him she would not like to interpret any of it, because it is largely railing, so she focuses on her task. Warren states that the location where Seo Young was abducted might have something to do with the event. On this planet, she surmises that it might be that the other individuals were taken away in the same manner. She tells them it is plausible, but they just do not have any substantiation. Sunja interjects and tells her they actually possess substantiation. She elucidates that the occurrence, when the individuals from the Manhwa planet vanish, is the same. It is called a coerced translocation, which takes an individual without his or her assent. She adds that such unilateral translocation is prohibited by the galactic statute. Robert shouts again that this signifies that everyone is ensnared somewhere. He tells them they cannot sit idly and they need to go rescue them, and he seizes Lee by his garment. This time, Lee turns to Sunja and queries her what is amiss with Robert, but she just walks away and disregards them. She tells Lee that it seems that Robert has post-traumatic stress syndrome from his duration in the armed forces. So this signifies that he struggles to manage his ire. When he gets agitated, meanwhile, Robert continues to use the F word and rail in Lee's countenance, still seizing him by his garment. Lee looks at him and tells him to release his garment. Sunja tells him it is no use because once he commences, he does not listen to anyone. Our guy starts to awaken and he speaks to him in his martial state, which captures Sunja's attention because that might just succeed. Robert promptly apologizes and releases Lee. Sunja just gazes at them blankly and reasons that Robert could compete in an ire management contest. They return to the matter at hand, and Sunja tells them that there are thresholds to how far the captain could have been moved if she was subjected to unilateral translocation. She states, it is technically implausible for them to translocate her long distance, so they can dismiss the notion that they have taken her to another planet. This leaves them with three alternatives. The captain is either still on the Manhwa planet or on either of the two moons. Lee joins her by the porthole and looks at the moons. He queries her if she can pinpoint which of them the captain is on. The android tells him that she has scrutinized the Manhwa planet, and it has no life indications except for the Blade Sovereign, so it could be dismissed from the alternatives. Apparently, they are only left with the two moons named Jinta and Cyprus. She continues that there are life indications on both the moons. It is arduous to pinpoint where the indications are originating from, since both moons are so near to each other. Lee glances at her and queries if they have to take a random surmise to proceed. Sunja concurs and ruminates for a moment. She recalls that the captain is fixated with gold. Since the captain is fixated with gold, she resolves to select the golden one, Cyrus. Meanwhile, she is as erroneous can be. We head to the second moon of the Manhwa planet Jinta. On Jinta, Count Richard still gazes at Sir Young, who had just been translocated into the installation, and still does not articulate a word. Sir Young queries him who he is, but he remains silent and does not answer her. Richard's personal android scrutinizes Seria and detects that she has an externally affixed 1.4 giga internal energy mechanism. It also detects that she has a 3.3 giga ultra high concentration, high capacity internal energy mechanism embedded in her physique. The android continues by telling the Count that the sole external weapon that Sarah Young possesses is the electronic pliable blade attached to her waist. Count Richard finally speaks and talks about her 3.3 giga internal energy mechanism. While he relishes some effervescent water, he remarks that a provincial bounty hunter is carrying around something she cannot even utilize. Sir Young queries him who he is again and queries him if he is orally impaired. In another part of the cosmos, a vivid ray of luminescence shines on a sprout. The sprout seems to be planted in something that resembles sand, and it survives owing to the direct solar radiation it is receiving. A very ancient man stoops next to it and observes it but, relishing the splendors of life. Proximate Officer Cho approaches the ancient man and refers to him as Master. Cho comes in with a grave look on his countenance and declares that there is an issue he would like to discuss. The ancient man immediately tells him that he knows about the issue related to the events at Manhwa, and mentions that he knows he has been tasked with resolving it. The Master tells him not to act precipitately, but to rather await until the bud fully blossoms. He states that only then will he be able to tell what type of tree it is, whether it is a poplar or a willow tree. He states that they must await until the entities backing Count Rachel are completely revealed, and that is when they can strike resolutely. The Master reminds him that he raised him to comprehend that much, so he queries him if he is not mature enough, or if there is another complication. Cho does not articulate anything and just remains silent. The Master senses that there is another issue on his mind, and queries him what it is, and what could have brought out his immaturity. Cho elucidates that an enigmatic individual appeared during his investigation into the matter. He states that the individual performed their martial arts and reached the level of reversing the energy current. He also states that this individual knows their sect's secret method, called the Demon Heart Asura Blade Method. As he speaks, the Master abruptly looks horrified, so Cho wavers to articulate the last part. He finally speaks up and states, this individual has reached the zenith of mastery. Officer Cho elucidates that the complication is that this individual is not affiliated with their sect. The Master, who now looks grim blankly, tells him to eliminate this individual. Suddenly the sprout behind them shrivels and perishes, and it seems to have been from the Master's influence. Cho queries him to reiterate himself because it seems he did not hear him. The Master abruptly becomes crimson and exclaims that it is an aberration and a monstrosity. So he tells him to find him and eliminate him without dereliction. It seems to be that the masters of the heavenly demon sect are attempting to conceal something. It does not make sense to Cho, but he just looks astonished and does not articulate a word. Later, Cho returns to his traveling conveyance and proceeds to continue his mission. The conveyance flies through space while he sits on it. Soon he is received into the conveyance and his journey commences. Meanwhile, on the Genta moon, Young queries Count Richard who he is again, and queries if he cannot hear her. Richard does not give her a rejoinder, and simply orders his android to examine her and continues his drinking. The android vanishes from behind him, but that is because she moves lightning swift. Suddenly she appears behind Young, who is still looking the other direction, oblivious of what is behind her. She detects the android and turns back, preparing an energy discharge in her hands, and she queries at what it believes it is doing. As she released the discharge of energy, the android seems to have vanished out of sight again. This time it appears behind her and seizes the back of her neck. This android possesses abilities. Young is alerted to the hand that is covering her countenance. She wonders how the devil the android is moving so swift, since she has never seen anything like it. Richard simply tells her to accept it and states opposition is futile. He tells her that from now on, he will query her a few questions. He tells her to answer them properly, and he will grant her a life free of perpetual torment. Young, who has had sufficient of his nonsense, tells him to be quiet, and she pushes back the android. The Count is abruptly alerted by her movement, and wonders if she can utilize the adaptive variation of martial arts. Young seizes the electronic pliable blade in her waist, and proceeds to utilize it to slice through the apparatus. She swirls the blade around her to create a vortex of cuts around her, but the android quickly withdraws. It averts each of the hits because of its capability to see and move swiftly. Ultimately, it finds an aperture and advances to lay a hand on the captain. It finally gets nearer and almost touches Young, who spots her and aims the blade at her. The android averts all the cuts and attempts to seize her arm to subdue her. Count Richard tells Young that her combating is futile because the apparatus contains information on all martial arts in the cosmos. Young keeps attempting to cut the android, but it manages to move past her hit every instance. She realizes that it must be true, that this robot possesses information on every martial art in the cosmos. She notices how easily the apparatus is able to read her movements. Young is a formidable adversary to crack, so she continues to combat, and she tells the Count not to make her jest. She launches forward for a direct frontal assault at the android, but it quickly moves to her side and it averts the blade. Suddenly the captain feels a strike on her back. As the android finds an aperture to hit her, it lifts her off the ground and throws her head first across the chamber. Young lands on her countenance and is unable to stop her fall, owing to the abrupt force of the hit. The android maintains its position and awaits for her to react, so it can know how to handle her. Young quickly gets back up and brandishes her blade again. She takes a posture and waves the blade to show she is ready for some action. Count Richard just continues sipping his effervescent water, and he is astonished to see her get up so swiftly. The android keeps observing Young and prepares to give her another measure of trouble. Young also maintains her posture and awaits for the robot to make a move. She starts to perspire, as the confrontation has become more intense than she anticipated. She reasons that it seems that her usual martial art is not going to succeed, and she has to conceive something new. While she is ruminating, the robot vanishes again in the velocity of luminescence. It appears behind her while Young is still looking the other direction, but she quickly detects that it is behind her. As the android reaches out to seize her from behind, the captain does not move a sinew and feigns not to know it is there. As it swings its arm to seize her, Young abruptly vanishes out of sight and gives the robot a dose of its own treatment. She leaps high up out of the robot's sight, and it looks around for a little bit, uncertain of where she went as she swirls in the air. She prepares her blade to land a hit as she heads back down. The android quickly realizes her position and leaps off the ground. To take the confrontation to her, Young utilizes a martial assault called projectile and throws the blade directly downwards, like a projectile hoping to impale the android to the ground. The pliable blade straightens out and heads downward with a potent and lethal force. The blade heads directly for the robot's countenance. And it seems like Seryung's plan is going to succeed after all. Unfortunately, the robot quickly obstructs the blade with her hands and redirects it towards the ground. It all transpires so swift, and the robot continues upward to catch Seryung, who is still in midair. The robot inches in and nearly seizes the captain, who is now falling back to the ground. Because the blade is an adaptive one, it wraps around the android's arm, and it seems this was all part of Seryung's plan. The robot creates a heat undulation in its arms and intends to deal great detriment to Seryung's abdominal area. But the captain just helplessly remains in midair, since she has thrown away her weapon. The blade twists around the robot's arm and redirects itself back up, which is quite impressive. The pliable blade propels itself directly back up and aims itself towards the malevolent android. Soon after, it pierces through the android's head and obliterates it. And it seems like it did not anticipate this to transpire at all. The luminescence on its head goes out, as it appears that the blade has obliterated its intelligence unit. All this transpires in a fraction of a second. While they are both in midair and continue to fall to the ground, the Count angrily shatters his receptacle. When he sees that Seryung has obliterated his precious android, he opens his mouth in astonishment, and he recognizes the move Seryung just utilized as the Dark Heaven Blood Dragon Rapier from the Sichuan Tang clan. The android falls headfirst once its intelligence unit is obliterated, and Count Richard gazes in shock. Seryung also falls to the ground directly next to it. She quickly gets up and holds her abdomen, owing to the force of the fall and the heat the robot hit her with. This time, it is Richard who queries her who she is. Seryung just angrily scowls at him and does not articulate a word. It appears that she is also bleeding from her mouth. The Count, who is still astounded, tells her that the Sichuan Tang clan was annihilated 10 years prior, without vestige, and queries her how she knows their martial arts. Seryung does not answer him, but just tells him she will have to utilize higher measures, since it has come to this. She abruptly activates the 3.3 giga energy mechanism that is embedded in her physique, which Richard stated is too intricate for her to utilize, and she reasons that dire times call for dire measures. The mechanism is called the Shuangwu Divine Art Mechanism, with a Qi Internal Operation System, QIOS. She activates the mechanism to its maximum. This astounds Rachel the more, because he knows that the Shuangwu Divine Art is an exclusive, secret method passed only to the head of the Tang clan. And this seems to be getting more and more fascinating. Seryung, who is now utilizing the other internal mechanism at its max rate, leaps up from the ground in great force and tells him to be quiet. Count Richard just stands where he is and observes her in midair. He tells himself that it seems like she intends to dominate the sky, to assail him from all directions. In a vivid, verdant luminescence, Seryung lifts herself off the ground. An abrupt detonation occurs, which releases thousands of verdant and white projectiles that look like an exploding firework. Richo just continues to gaze in astonishment. Once he realizes that this method is the infinite rain blossom method, the projectiles are all launched towards him at the same instance, and he does not seem to be getting out of the path. Proximate, you can see a massive detonation in the installation from all the power that Seryung released. We head back to the vessel of the West Heaven Blade matron. Inside the vessel, Elena continues by telling her matriarch that the circumstances of encountering the enigmatic man she is discussing were also peculiar. She tells her that she had arrived at Manhwa to receive a bounty petition. She recalls that when she got there, she abruptly lost consciousness, and she abruptly woke up before him, like he always does. Count Richard just sits on his divan and observes her in quietude, with a sour look on his countenance. Elena recounts the event and states she does not yet comprehend why she had to encounter him that way. She recalls just gazing at him, and him doing the same thing for a short duration, with neither of them articulating a word. Her words capture the Blade matron's attention, and she realizes that what Elena is describing is unilateral translocation. In the recollection, Count Richard tells Elena there is no necessity to be astonished. He tells her that he called her here to grant her desire. Elena looks at him in astonishment, uncertain of what he is discussing. He queries her if she does not want to become stronger and to see the cosmos beneath her feet. He tells her this aspiration is the rationale why. After earning the notorious title of 8-foot fighting phantom, she even turned her starship into a contesting coliseum in pursuit of naught but confrontations. He elucidates that the nearer she got, the more distant the path became, leading her into despondency and weeping every night in desolation. He tells her he has called her to give her potency. The potency to look down upon the cosmos. Elena admits that the man seemed to know a great deal about her. In the recollection, she queries him who he is and what the devil he is discussing. She mentions that his precision of understanding was infuriatingly disagreeable. Rachel simply gets up and tells her. It seems she would only comprehend if they have a confrontation in the present. Elena tells her matriarch that they resolved to come back. There is only one issue meanwhile. Count Rochelle seems to have overcome Seryung, despite her grand appearance, and he holds her by the throat. Elena tells her matriarch that no matter what she did, it was futile against him. In the present, Count Rochelle holds Seryung by the throat. His garments seem to have been scorched away by Seryung's verdant conflagration, but his entire physique seems to be made of metal. Just like the androids, Seryon chokes from the pressure of his hand and starts to bleed from her mouth. In the same way, Count Richard had held Elena by her throat after vanquishing her. In the recollection, he tells her that he will make her formidable just like he is. He tells her he is going to do this because she is his daughter. But Elena looks quite dubious by that declaration. In the present, Count Rachel orders the enfeebled Seryung to answer his query. He promises to make her frail physique formidable if she answers him. He mentions that the sole price is that she would have to relinquish her feudal mind. In the current day, the Blade Matron is genuinely astounded as she hears Elena's narrative. Elena tells her that he gave her something. Suddenly her physique starts to gleam in a vivid, cerulean luminescence, which astounds the Blade Matron. Elena tells her that he was the one that gave her this newfound potency. As she possesses the blade, Matron just gazes at her daughter in shock and realizes that the potency he gave her is called steel buttress. Meanwhile, Sunja continues her investigation to detect where the captain is. As they prepare for liftoff, Robert starts shouting again and queries her why they are not departing, and he queries her to hasten and move the vessel. Sunja looks at the sensor once more and notices that something has abruptly appeared on the display. On the display, a crimson dot shows that someone is approaching them and is proximate. Sunja halts their journey to the Sisir's moon upon noticing the new vessel directly before them. A conveyance that looks like it belongs to a member of the Heavenly Demon faction shows up. Both vessels halt in midair, and neither of them steps out or attempts to make contact. In the S-Devil vessel, Robert queries Sunja what the devil is before them, and queries her to tell them to move so he does not demolish them. Sunja tells him she cannot do that, and he queries her why she states the vessel is a celestial-class dreadnought, even though it looks small and their vessel cannot even match. She adds that the gravest part is that it belongs to the Heavenly Demon faction. Robert is astounded to hear that, as he wonders what the Heavenly Demon faction desires with. Moments later, Officer Cho translocates into their vessel, astounding Robert and Sunja. He looks towards where Lee is sitting and completely disregards the other bounty hunters. Lee does not even notice him, because he is occupied attempting to use a blade and a time on a single piece of Frankfurter. Unfortunate fellow, he should have just utilized his hands. Cho gazes directly at him, although you can scarcely call a gaze since he possesses such small eyes. Upon the display at the precinct, Robert accosts the official and courteously queries him what conveys an individual from the celestial demon's sect to their vessel. Cho does not turn backward to rejoin him, but persists towards the place Lee is seated. He informs our fellow that he's the first-class official of the Catastrophe Safety Headquarters, Central Committee of the Celestial Demon Sect, and proceeds to have his place. He informs Lee to feel free to converse comfortably with him, but Lee just persists eating and does not articulate a syllable. Robert is astonished by the whole thing and ponders how a little juvenile can be a first-class official, which is an extremely high-ranking bureau in the Celestial Demon Sect. Officer Cho cheerfully informs Lee that he has a pressing solicitation, and he's come to perceive him to converse about it. The official queries Robert to stay out of this affair and persists his discourse with Lee. Cho informs him that the mastermind behind this incident is someone named Richard Archimand, He elucidates that he was once a top scientist and directed the development of military armaments for a defense contractor under the human government. It was a project designated the Steel City. This elucidates the Iron Gang Shi that had assaulted them while they were on Manhwa. The official informs them that, owing to Rachel's inhuman development process, he was expelled and then disappeared. He adds that Rachel is now concealing here and is conducting experiments on a much larger scale. While he's articulating, Lee does not even look at him and persists to eat his frankfurter. Cho persists by stating that, in other terms, Rachel was not just expelled like they were informed, but he's been receiving more funding to persist his projects. In Secret Officer, Cho informs him that they suspect that his supporters are some factions within the human government's military. When Lee finishes the frankfurter, he queries Sunja for some aqua and completely disregards all that he heard. Officer Cho gazes at him, surprised that he does not give any rejoinder. Even after hearing all the intelligence he just gave, he ponders who the blazes Lee even is. Robert queries him if he just mentioned the military faction, and queries if he's stating that this is the work of the human government's military. Cho affirms that and informs him to stay out of this, because this is beyond what non-combatants can manage. Concurrently, Sunja gives our fellow some aqua, and he still does not articulate a syllable. Robert queries Cho about their commander, and informs him that their commander was just abducted. He informs them that there's nothing they can do about it, and states all they can do is pray for her. Robert becomes triggered again, and he smashes his palms on the surface. He queries Cho what sort of gibberish that is, and informs him to be silent and get out of here, because they're going to rescue their commander. He informs him he does not care who he is, and they won't let it slide if he endeavors to halt them. Lee finally articulates for the first time and informs Cho to listen to him. He informs him that he's not endeavoring to intercede, but he's not going to do what he informs them to do about the affair. Either Lee informs him that he persists reflecting about it, and he ponders why he would give such precious intelligence to them. In detail, our fellow states that would only be because he wishes to utilize them as implements to get out of the responsibility of addressing the issue. Lee hisses and states, a juvenile who scarcely has even a solitary hair on his cranium is endeavoring to manipulate him. Cho just replies by querying him who he is and alludes to him as Noble One. Lee does not answer, but queries him if that's the genuine rationale that he came here. The official does not answer either, but just remains quiet. Lee abruptly departs the surface and informs him that if that's not the rationale he came, then they both have nothing to do with each other, and they never will. Cho finally addresses the elephant in the chamber and queries him if he has any connection with the heavenly demon Sect. Lee vacantly replies that he has no connection with them. The official informs him that he'll believe him for now, but he queries him once again if he's stating that he has no connection whatsoever with the heavenly demon Sect. Just to verify, Cho informs him that if this is so, his actions from now on have nothing to do with their sect, and their sect will make that assertion. Lee does not even turn around and informs him that's fine, so he queries him to depart because he's busy. Shortly after, Cho gets right back into his vessel and goes on his merry way. Lee watches him depart, and he appears to be intrigued by the official, even though he was very harsh. He persists watching, and he reflects to himself that it's a respite, that there are still talents in the heavenly demon Sect. Concurrently, Cho persists his journey through cosmos to figure out what's occurring. Lee reflects to himself that Cho appears to have some talent, but he's still too immature. They return back to the affair of rescuing the commander, and Robert states it's time to go and address the affair properly. Sunja concurs with him, but informs him that the coordinates have transformed. She informs him that instead of the moon Psycharis that they designated before, it's transformed to the moon Genta now. It appears that Cho has something to do with communicating the novel coordinates to them concurrently. We resume back at the second moon of the Manhwa planet Genta. On the planet's surface, there's a profound aperture that Richard bored through it to create his facility. Inside the facility, we find Seoyoung, who is now feeble lying on the ground. After she was vanquished, Count Richiel drags her inside towards his private laboratory. Inside the laboratory, there's something that looks like a large operating surface. Richiel drags her to the entrance of the laboratory, where there's a sort of operating surface, with manacles to secure populace to the surface. He drags Sarah Young into the chamber, and proceeds to strap her to the surface. Sarah Young queries him what he's endeavoring to do, and he looks back at her. He queries her if she's finally awake, but she only frowns at him. He informs her that he can't believe that she's already woken up, and he remarks that it appears there's something special about the noble bloodlines, alluding to her as the lady of the Xin Chuan Tang clan. Sarah Young queries him where they are, and queries him what he's intending to do to her. Richard informs her not to worry because he intends to free her from pain. He adds that he will obliterate her memories and even the umbral parts of her past. It appears that he intends to add her to his collection of populace that he stored in the tubes. He informs her that he'll transmute her into an iron gang shirt, which gives her an uncomplicated and useful existence, where she'll know nothing but obedience. Upon hearing this, Sarah Young groans as she closes her palm in an attempt to generate a vitality blast. But nothing occurs. Richard informs her that it's no use, because he's blocked all the meridians in her physique and has paralyzed her nervous system. He prepares the surface by opening the manacles and informs her that her physique will no longer listen to her anymore because he's paralyzed her cerebrum and spinal cord, which are responsible for processing and integrating intelligence. Seo Young endeavors much harder to move her physique, but it does not appear to be functioning. He informs her it's no use, so there's no necessity to stress herself. Abruptly, something shocking occurs. Sarah Young abruptly gets up. Even though he had blocked her central nervous system, she informs him not to dream foolish aspirations and adds that he can slay populace of the Sichuan Tang clan, but you cannot dominate them. She activates a peculiar combat art technique that causes her orbs to become crimson and leaks out sanguine from her orbs and maw. Before he can rejoin, Richard feels her palms on his thorax, and he discerns a peculiar scent around her palm. A vivid xanthous substance comes out that burns his steel physique and allows her to slowly push her palms through him. He abruptly realizes it's some form of venom. Count Richard just stands there while she pushes her palms deeper through his thorax. She informs him that it's designated Columbine blood venom and elucidates that populace born in the Tang clan receive a grain of lethal venom in their cordis. As a gift, she informs him that it's meant to be utilized when they perish. As she articulates, her orbs persist to fill up with and ooze out sanguine. The impact of the venom commences to affect the Count, and he endeavors to remove Seo Young's appendage. She informs him it's futile to endeavor to move her, because the more her cordis burns, the stronger the venom becomes, even to the point where it can melt even metal. True to her utterance, the venom commences to create a larger gape in Richard's thorax. She designates him an ugly monster and informs him she'd like to tell him something. He watches in terror, pondering what she wishes to articulate. She persists to smile with her entire visage leaking out sanguine and queries him to perish with her. Abruptly, a sharp object comes between the two of them and slices through Sirion's palm. It transpires to be Richard's annihilated automaton. That does not appear to be so annihilated after all. Richard pulls her palm and attempts to sever it from the remainder of her physique. Seo Young, who is now almost deceased, looks down and perceives the automaton. Realizing it has foiled her intentions of slaying Richard, a current of sanguine issues out from Sarah Young's amputated palm, and it spills everywhere. An admonition alarm is abruptly triggered in the facility, and it looks like there's tribulation. Richard swiftly looks up in annoyance and ponders. What could have triggered the admonition alarm? The system continuously declares that intruders have been detected in the environment, and the alarm persists blaring. Concurrently, Lee equips himself with a Cosmos shield, and he's not looking happy at all. Robert also dons his combat attire, and he stands behind Lee, who has his palms in his pocket as customary. Abruptly, an army of Iron Gang sure erupts out of the aperture and prepares themselves for combat against the S-Devils. They rush towards them with swords in their thousands, while a couple more vault out of the facility to join them. Robert prepares his armaments and informs Lee that he'll take care of the automatons, so he informs him to rescue the commander. Lee does not waste a second, and he vaults from the spot and leaves Robert to manage the automatons. Like he had stated, he vaults into the firmament, past the army of incoming bots, and heads right for the subterranean facility. Robert is astonished that he did not even wait, and he departed so swiftly. Lee flies right into the aperture that leads to the subterranean facility and comes face to face with the automatons, who are coming in as reinforcements. Abruptly, Lee awakens his form, and a vivid luminescence materializes from where he is. Our hero triggers a large explosion as he makes his way through the aperture, and it annihilates all the automatons that are still coming out, and even wrecks the aperture. Robert persists, looking in amazement before him. Several rocks are propelled out by the explosion, and it lands on several of the bots, slaying them instantly. Nonetheless, there are many more left to combat. Robert remarks that Lee could have at least assisted out a little before he departed, because he did not have to take his utterances so literally. A large army of Iron Gang sure run towards Robert, wielding their swords and ready to combat. He commences to imprecate when he realizes he's in this alone. So she commences firing all his armaments at the bots. Concurrently, Count Richard watches the circumstance on the surface on a display, but he looks badly injured. On the display, he can perceive Robert going all in and shooting at the Iron Gang. Robert goes in guns blazing and is hell-bent on taking them all down. Ritual's automaton scrutinizes each of Robert's armaments and lists them out. It detects the MZCT-10, 6 recoilless laser armament. It also detects the TTR-8 automatic laser multi-missile. Concurrently, Robert shoots those missiles and wreaks great havoc on the gang she's. Some of the gang she's close in on him, and he flies off the ground. He utilizes something that the automaton designates anti-gravity rockets. The automatons inform Richard that all these armaments are definitely special equipment. For the special forces, it, however, adds that the equipments are antiquated and not presently in use. Rochelle realizes that he's not an active warrior, but a retired one, and he resolves he was worried. For no rationale, he commands the automaton to get rid of Robert and the remainder of them as well. Abruptly, another alarm goes off again, which alerts Rochelle and the automaton. He glances at the automaton and ponders why another alarm has abruptly gone off. It informs him that an intruder has entered Precinct 8. Seconds later, she informs him that the intruder has passed Precinct 8 and is now entering Precinct 7. Robert becomes alarmed, and he ponders how the intruder could bypass their security measures so swiftly. Moments later, the automaton informs him that the intruder has passed from Precinct 8 to Precinct 7, then to Precinct 6, then to Precinct 5. It persists, listing that the intruder has gone from 4 to 3 to 2, and abruptly halts when it is unable to analyze the intruder's entry location data. Richard is genuinely shocked, and he retorts that it's unfeasible that someone had bypassed all their security so swiftly. The automaton endeavors to reanalyze the data to detect the intruder's location. Abruptly, a vivid fiery luminescence materializes behind the automaton. It endeavors to articulate the current location of the intruder, but it congeals immediately. The automaton detonates on the spot. As it appears, the so-designated intruder got to her. Rachel watches as the automaton detonates into bits of steel that scatter around the chamber, and he endeavors to spot where the onslaught came from. Concurrently, the triggered alarm commences to affect the populace who are ensnared in the facility, and their tubes commence to fill up with gas. The entire tube almost fills up with gas, as it appears like it's a rejoinder to the emergency. Abruptly, the alarms halt blaring, and the tubes return back to normal. All the tubes return to normal, and they return to normal oxygenation. The entire chamber fills up with vapor from the explosion, and Richard stands there surprised, still endeavoring to figure out who the intruder is. He perceives a large gape in the partition, where it appears that someone has breached through it. Through the opening, Rachel spots Lee, who walks into the facility with his palms still in his pockets. He realizes that he is the intruder that breached through all the facility's defenses, and just gazes at him. Lee gazes back at him with an inquisitive look on his visage, and he looks completely innocuous. Shortly after, our fellow steps through the opening and walks towards a count. Lee just looks at him and does not articulate a syllable. Richard also gazes in astonishment, still pondering who the blazes he is, or how he was able to get past through all those bots and get here, while the count still fixes his gaze on him. Lee moves swifter than luminescence and materializes behind him. He walks towards Seo Young, who is now on the surface, and Count Rochelle turns back to look at it. Seo Young is strapped to the surface with one appendage, because her other appendage has been severed and she is stained all over with sanguine. Count Richel finally fractures the silence, and he loudly demands to know who he is. Lee does not pay him any attention, but persists looking at Seo Young's sanguine, stained visage and physique. He finally articulates and informs the Count that he has ruined a juvenile who's just entered into her youth. He adds that on top of that, he's not treating populace with reverence either, alluding to the thousands of populace he ensnared in the tubes. Lee looks right at him and informs him that he's nothing but a monster. The Count looks surprised and just persists gazing at him, unsure of how to react since he does not know who he is. Lee frowns at him and his gaze shocks the Count, who is still shocked by his abrupt emergence. He discourteously queries Lee who he is one more time and queries him what he's up to. Lee just reaches out his palms towards him and activates one of his combat arts capabilities. Seo Young's soft sword that was on the ground abruptly commences to respond to Lee, and it hits against the ground. The sword lifts itself from the ground and commences to make its way onward. Our fellow informs Count Richard that he refuses to converse to anything that is non-human and persists to convoke the sword. The sword vaults right off the ground and heads towards Richard and Lee. Instead of piercing through Richard's cranium, Lee draws the sword right past his ear, probably to show him what he's capable of doing. The sword moves towards Lee and he catches it. The Count is shocked to perceive him use such a combat art technique and recognizes it as a technique known as void manipulation. He swiftly scrutinizes Lee, but he realizes that he's not fitted with any internal impetus. This realization disturbs him more, and he becomes worried that his adversary does not have an internal impetus installed. He ponders how he's able to use a capability like void manipulation, which can only be performed by those who have reached the transcendent stratum. He persists the scrutiny with a scanner that is equipped into his orbs. He's dumbfounded and ponders if Lee is utilizing ancient combat arts. Richard stands his ground, but he realizes he's in a detrimental spot and ponders why this new adversary has to come at him at such an important time. The Count looks down at his malfunctioning physique from when Sir Young had injured him, and he commences to wish he hadn't been injured by a deranged woman. Lee moves closer towards him and persists on gazing at it. He extends the shoulder towards Richard's neck, and the Count looks surprised. Lee informs him that he's not only non-human, but he's not even a martial warrior. Our hero queries him how he can even reflect about feudal things during combat. All his discourse gets to Richard, who irately informs him to be silent and rushes towards him to assault. The Count runs towards him and proceeds to land a deadening blow. Abruptly, Richard perceives sanguine spilling out from his palms. Apparently, Lee had moved right past him and had severed his left appendage. Richard looks backward and spots his strong appendage on the ground. Lee informs him that he cut him up to repay him for what he did to Seo Young. Concurrently, Seo Young lays unconscious on the operating surface. Lee persists by informing Richard that the only thing left is for him to pay the price of pissing him off. He commences to awaken his form, and he informs the Count to brace himself, because the price of pissing him off can be quite exorbitant. Our fellow commences to release a great deal of vitality into the laboratory, and it looks like the Count is in significant tribulation. Count Richard reflects to himself that he must be quite unlucky. Not only does he have to address the woman from the Sichuan Tang clan, but he has to confront this fellow too. On the same day, he perceives that his internal impetus is operating below 40%, owing to the injury that Siriong had caused in his thorax. So there's practically no chance that he can win this combat. He resolves to use a desperate measure. In such a desperate time, he activates his internal impetus, but sets its operation rate to the max. His internal impetus system commences to give a danger alarm, because it appears like it's unfeasible for his physique to manage so much vitality. After being damaged, the system alerts him that he's surpassing operational limits, and it's unable to control the warmth output. The system persists to remind Richard that he's in jeopardy, but he persists running the internal impetus at its max. Lee perceives him running his internal vitality to its max, and ponders how peculiar a capability that is. He ponders how the world ended up like this, where populace commence using capabilities that are far beyond their capacity, and remembers the good old days of proper combat arts. Abruptly, he hears a proximate intonation informing him to slay Richard. He looks beside him to know where the intonation is coming from. It transpires to be Seo Young, who has regained her consciousness, but does not appear to be in good condition at all. She informs him that Richard is endeavoring to activate a self-annihilation sequence, so she informs him to slay him before he does that. Lee swiftly looks towards the Count but it looks like it's too late. Concurrently, the Count is releasing luminescence from every aperture in his physique, and he looks like he's about to detonate into bits. Lee realizes it's too late, and he watches Richard take his own existence right before him, and vivid luminescence issues from where the Count is standing, and it looks like an explosion is about to be triggered. The luminescence grows brighter and persists to envelop the entirety of the facility. Concurrently, Robert's armaments commence to fail because he's exhausted all his ammo. His TTR-8 missiles become depleted, and the system queries him to reload his ammo. His photon armament vitality also becomes depleted, and the system queries him to reload that too. His V-10 laser claymore commences to malfunction, and the system informs him that inspection and repair are needed. His fireproof attire also commences to malfunction, and a novel item replacement is required. The terrible part is that he is still encompassed by hundreds of bots, who are still ready for action. It does not look like a good position to be in. Robert mutters that he had informed Lee just this, and it would have been simple for him to take care of them perfectly, if only he had stayed back to assist him a little bit earlier. The gangshies do not appear to care about all that, and they slowly walk towards him. When they perceive he has halted firing at them, Robert loudly informs them to halt, and states they should all take a respite for a minute, designating them scrap metallic scoundrels. He abruptly queried them if they know who he is, and proceeds to remove his combat attire. He drops the frontal plating of the combat attire, and it looks like he's about to discard it. He totally discards the attire and goes bare, declaring that he's Robert Carlyle, the Sergeant Major of the Special Tactical Unit from the Northern Galaxy Combat Forces. He brings out 2 dirks and informs the gang she's not to get too apprehensive. Robert vaults right at them and informs them all to bring it on. This does not look good at all. The bots are surprised to perceive him vault at them, but they look like they're ready to combat Inferno with Inferno. Abruptly, Robert perceives a large explosion right before his orbs, and he's surprised as to what is occurring before him. He perceives a very large explosion that appears to be coming from the subterranean facility. The explosion grows larger and covers a large part of the moon's surface. It's a pretty large and blinding explosion that blurs everything out. For a moment, Robert spots the explosion from where he is, but still ponders what's occurring. He opens his maw in astonishment as he persists looking around. He just stands there with his armament in palm, still shocked about the abrupt turn of occurrences. The explosion looks like a large fungus, and it looks like a nuke had impacted the site. The explosion is so great that it can be perceived from miles away, with several materials being propelled into Cosmos. In Cosmos, the explosion is also perceived from the Verdantwood vessel. Kim, who had been secretly monitoring the activities of the Devil Reward Seekers, is also shocked to witness such an abrupt explosion. Captain Cheju comes to inform him that they have detected an electromagnetic field explosion of gigaton scale from Manhwa's planet moon. Kim informs him that this is getting more serious than they had anticipated. He remarks that an electromagnetic field explosion of this magnitude can only be caused by military personnel, and this hints to the fact that the human government may have a palm in the affair. He commands the captain to delete all the records they have of this incident, including the video footage. He informs the captain that they perceived nothing here. The captain is shocked by his chieftain's commands, since he had earlier suggested that the current circumstance be reported to higher authority. Concurrently, Officer Cha's celestial battleship also happens to be nearby. From his vessel, he also detects the mega explosion that's occurring on Manhwa's moon. He watches it from a display on his vessel and ponders what could have occurred on Jinta. Robert still stands perplexed, since he does not still know what's occurring. He finally queries himself what's happened, as not only an explosion was triggered, but all the bots appear to have been deactivated. This is because they can no longer receive commands from the base. He abruptly remembers that they're here to rescue the commander, and he ponders if she's secure since she was in the facility. He abandons the site and frantically runs towards the facility, querying himself where the commander could be. Abruptly, another vivid luminescence materializes, which halts him in his tracks. Hopefully the facility isn't detonated. The second time, he perceives a vivid luminescence in the firmament and looks closer to perceive what it is. The luminescence grows brighter, and it appears to be advancing towards him. Lee abruptly materializes from the luminescence on the operation board, with Captain Seo Young in his appendages. Taking a closer look, Robert perceives that the commander is injured and has forfeited an appendage. Lee looks down at her injured physique, and he looks very sorrowful. Robert just stands there shocked. He looks at Lee and the injured commander and just keeps quiet, hopeful that the commander will survive this. Concurrently, Officer Cho returns to his superior and reports that the Manhwa planet has returned to normal. Concurrently, the superior spends his time looking at another growing plant in a field full of blossoms. Cho informs him that the populace, who were utilized as test subjects of the experiment, have also returned to their daily existences. He states that fortunately, they do not remember anything, and it's as if it never occurred. The superior informs him that the whole thing really feels like a peculiar phantom narrative, and he queries him how Richard could contrive to pull this off. Officer Cho informs him that the only feasible elucidation is that they've contrived to commercialize entropy inversion. The superior does not know what entropy inversion is, and informs him to articulate in a manner that he can comprehend, since not everyone is a genius like him. Joe elucidates that entropy inversion is a technology that reconfigures time itself, for instance, like resetting time. Owing to the risk of creating multiple universes, experiments concerning it have been prohibited. He persists by stating that, however, Richard did not only complete the technology, he was able to invert all the subjects utilized in the experiment at once. Moreover, he has also contrived to create forbidden technologies that are unknown, such as unilateral teleportation, among others. He states that Richard is a genius greater than his reputation. The superior informs him that with such great abilities, it's clear that the military factions of the human government must be willing to support him. He designates them avaricious humans and states, they probably do not know that trifling with Inferno can burn them. And even the world, the superior queries him if Richard is deceased. The leader infers that this signifies that Rachel yet lives. If he isn't certain, Cho validates his misgivings. He is commanded to guarantee he eliminates Rachel effectively. The leader also reminds him then to dispose of that one who's wielding their sex. Martial disciplines pertaining to Lee. Officer Cho offers no objection, yet solely informs him that he comprehends. He doesn't appear at ease with the notion, since it doesn't appear to hold logic. However, he just stays quiescent. Subsequently, the official comes back to his vessel and rests thereon. As customary, he stays on it for a period, and he appears to be in profound contemplation. Concurrently, matters on the Manhwa celestial body seem to have reverted to normalcy. Sovereign Yang presents Lee with a serving of tea and informs him that his own daughter has recounted all that transpired. He conveys to Lee that he is unsure how to convey gratitude for rescuing his offspring and those individuals who acted as insurgents. Lee just informs him they didn't behave rebelliously. Rather, they were manipulated as marionettes by another entity. Lee informs him that there exist more wrongdoers behind this occurrence, as per what a young child conveyed to him. Alluding to Officer Cho, Sovereign Yang concurs and tells him that this is definite, even though Manhwa has become diminished. He states that even though they have been diminished, it's unfeasible for just any arbitrary individual to behave, contrary to the martial statutes of the sphere, unless they also possess potent backing from eminent figures. Lee persists in sipping his beverage and tells the ruler that it appears that he will disregard this entirely, as Lee's observation catches him unprepared. He ponders how our protagonist can perceive right through him. Lee doesn't even glance upward and continues partaking of his tea. The ruler also observes that he's remarkably composed. When they're discussing this particular incident, despite him being so youthful, he speculates who Lee truly is. He at last replies by stating that the paramount concern for him is to guarantee the continuation of nearly 10,000 Manhwa faction associates, and he doesn't mind if he must sacrifice his dignity to attain that. It would appear that resisting abruptly is not prudent for his people's well-being. Sovereign Yang also notes that Lee doesn't seem agitated when he's conversing with him. He notes that after he attained the highest rank, everyone invariably addressed him with deference, but currently Lee's discourteous demeanor seems natural unto him, which is genuinely bewildering. Lee just advises him not to dwell too much on it, because it was his individual choice to exist, regarding the world and all within it disdainfully. He states that is the manner he opts to live. That declaration astounds Young. who questions if Lee perceives himself as the ultimate transcendent entity, since he has resolved to look down upon the cosmos. The Blade Sovereign inquires of him who he genuinely is. Our fellow tells him that it's preferable for him not to discover, since he has resolved to exist with his perception closed to such affairs. He advises him to maintain them shut, because unveiling them merely amplifies the difficulty. Sovereign Yang just gazes at him bewildered. This must be the most peculiar individual he's encountered. Lee departs the table and proceeds outdoors. Before he exits, he informs the sovereign that he would wish to inquire something, because he lacks extensive knowledge about the world in this epoch. He queries him if there exists some variety of technology that can reattach dismembered appendages. He admits that the inquiry sounds preposterous, but he's been encountering absurd occurrences recently. Meanwhile, Hua Rin is positioned outside the chamber and observes the vista. The S-Devil craft is also observed to have departed the Manhwa sphere and is presently in outer space within the vessel. Seo Young is observed insensible and unclad. She is seen within some kind of life preservation apparatus that assists her respiration and sustains her vitality. Sonia remains nearby and scrutinizes her vitals on the mechanism. She persists to examine her vital signs, and it appears like it doesn't seem favorable at all. Sanja exits the medical bay and proceeds back to the alternate section of the craft. She is waylaid by Robert, who immediately inquires how the skipper is faring. She curtly informs him that the skipper is not doing well. Robert queries her why and states all that she forfeited was an appendage, which can be rapidly reattached. The android informs her that the skipper's blood is rife with venom that her very system generated. The gravest issue is that the toxin is unique and has no remedy. She states that she has endeavored to counteract the venom as much as feasible, but it's only further infiltrating into the internal viscera. Robert begins to become agitated and elevates her. He tells her that in that circumstance, they require to proceed to the major infirmary, and he asks her why they haven't departed yet. Sunja informs him once more that there's no known cure. Furthermore, if they wish to go to the major infirmary, they must journey quite far like Kana and Nebula, and she's not confident the skipper will endure the voyage. Arbor releases her and somberly asks what can be accomplished. Sunja just ambles away and informs him that they need to brace to bid farewell. She reminds him that the skipper always declared that they should affix a buckler to her and cast her into cosmos following her demise, because she desires to traverse space eternally. She says shall accumulate some currency so they can procure superior quality plating for the cortege. Robert just remains there disheartened, comprehending what Sunja is insinuating. The typically animated vessel appears quite somber and desolate. Sunja proceeds to the hydrator to obtain some liquid. She just gazes into the chalice, but it's improbable that she can imbibe it. She decants the chalice of liquid upon herself. The fluid cascades down her cranium and onto her optics. It appears to be the sole method she can wield. Her optics suddenly widen as she perceives something unconventional, external to the vessel. She observes a substantial craft that pertains to the West Heaven Sword Matriarch. She's disconcerted because she doesn't comprehend why the Sword Matriarch desires with them. Once more on the vessel, the Sword Matriarch gazes at the S-Devil craft. She appears rather concerned as she looks down at the vessel, and it seems she's cognizant of the recent occurrences. She continues to observe the vessel, and it appears she had wished to converse with the bounty seekers. On the Manhwa sphere, Sovereign Yang perceives something peculiar in the firmament. The West Heaven Sword Matriarch's craft has abruptly entered into their celestial body, and it's ambiguous what she desires with them. The Sword Sovereign doesn't appear so pleased with what he's observed, since this was an unforeseen visitation. The Manhwa Sect security sentinel, Man Sanjin, arrives to apprise him that the vessel pertains to the West Heaven Sword. Matriarch, the Sword Sovereign, identifies the West Heaven Sword Matriarch as Kim Yenhua. Sanjin informs her that they've attempted to reach her numerous times, but there's been no acknowledgement from the craft. Sovereign Yang tells him that it seems that she didn't journey here to see him, so he instructs him to allow her be. Sanjin becomes exceedingly vexed. So he informs the sovereign that this is the domain of their faction. He adds that her station as the West Heaven Sword Matriarch doesn't grant her the prerogative to ignore and slight their faction. Sovereign Young just grins at him and advises him to settle down. He tells him that the Manhwa faction is presently in the phase of rebuilding and expansion, so they must avert confrontation with other factions at a juncture like this. It appears Sanjin isn't cognizant of the immense catastrophe that just struck their faction. Sanjin attempts to remonstrate, but the sword sovereign informs him that forbearance is the most potent strength their faction can employ. Currently, as he strolls away, the sovereign tells him that they must withstand it, at minimum until their faction is robust enough to retaliate. Sanjin just remains there mystified, but he has no alternative but to comply with the sovereign's directives. He appears perplexed by the sovereign's pronouncements, uncertain of what he implies that they're reconstructing. Meanwhile, the West Heaven Sword Matriarch's craft stays in the sphere, and she doesn't provide a reply to the Planet Security Collective within the vessel. The Sword Matriarch informs Lee that she arrived to request an audience with him regarding a subject referring to him as the Venerated Master. She states that it appears that she'd be capable to provide him unforeseen support. Within the craft, it appears that the Sword Matriarch had recovered Siriong's insensible form from the S-Devil vessel. She informs Lee that she can mend the maiden that escorted him, at his petition referring to Seo Young. Lee queries if she's stating that she can reattach her dismembered limb, and he wonders how far technology has progressed. The Sword Matriarch tells him that rejoining her limb is simple and is rudimentary medical expertise. She says the most arduous part is eradicating the blood toxin that's in her core, that has permeated throughout her physique. Lee seems to be oblivious of the toxin in her core prior to this moment, and he mentions that it appears that Saryong hails from the Sichuan Tang lineage. He says it's no surprise that she's both naive and irascible. The Sword Matriarch praises his remarkable insight and tells him that the blood toxin in her core is a clandestine method of the Sichuan Tang clan, only sanctioned for employment by the clan's aristocrats. Our fellow asks her how she is aware of that. He ultimately concurs with her and petitions that she assist him restore Saryong. The Sword Matriarch offers no utterance, but just awaits him to reply to her preceding declaration. He adds that since he's acknowledged her petitions, she can feel unconstrained to specify her conditions. He bluntly queries her what it is that she desires from him. The Sword Matriarch informs him that there is an individual that she would like to encounter, and she is positive he can clear the passage for her. Lee notes that her tone is imbued with lethal intent, and it would appear that she's extremely irate. He notes that for some rationale, he feels as though she is discussing someone he has met previously. Alluding to ritual, he states that he met someone not very long ago, who also made him desire to pummel him to demise. He informs her that if that's the individual she's pursuing, she's already tardy because he's deceased. The Sword Matriarch gravely tells him that ritual is still animate. She says the predicament is that he's concealed himself in a much deeper location. He appears to be secreted in a locale named the Galactic Nebula, in a Vista Union conglomerate, specifically on the 108 Zur 4H satellite. She adds that this is the precise rationale that she requires his aid. Meanwhile, on the 108 Zur 4H satellite, there's a military automaton disposal area that pertains to the Human Administration's Southern Galactic Corps. An unusual female nears a receptacle that's positioned in the center of the location. She carries a textile that she intends to utilize to drape the individual. Within the receptacle, the female patiently awaits for the individual to emerge. The receptacle gradually starts to unseal, and a brilliant radiance is exuded from it. The receptacle continues to slowly unseal to unveil whoever is contained within. As the receptacle unseals, wider the fluid within it is shifted. It resembles something from Richard's laboratory. The fluid spills onto the terrain and flows past the woman's uncovered feet. The receptacle entirely evacuates its contents, but whoever or whatever is within is indistinct, owing to the brilliant radiance. When she steps nearer, an unclad male hunches inside the receptacle. The male attempts to conceal himself up, and he appears to have been subjected to experiments. The female approaches close to him and drapes him with the textile in her possession. She felicitates him on his resurgence to life and addresses him as the Count. Count Ritual observes her bewildered, and he doesn't seem to comprehend what is transpiring at all. He queries her who she is, and it seems like he doesn't identify her. She presents herself as Rachel Archimon, one of his receptacles. The peculiar thing is that Rachel's cognomen is also Archimon. The stranger aspect is that this female appears to be a precise likeness of the Westhaven Sword Matriarch. She tells him to remain a little longer until all of his recollections resurface. Rachel just observes her, still perplexed as to what she's discussing. Rachel also gazes at him and doesn't utter anything. She muses within herself that he'll cherish her again when he recovers his recollections. Meanwhile, the Sword Matriarch displays to Lee the satellite that Rachel is secreted on. She informs him that this is the location where the military disposes of their automatons, and this must be where he is concealed. She states that the complication is that it's managed by the human administration, so it's under the surveillance of the Planetary Defense Forces. Lee queries her if the human administration is an official institution. He also notes that a youngster once conveyed to him the same notion, alluding to Cho the Sword. Matriarch jests that the phrase official institution is a phrase that hasn't been uttered in millennia. She notes that he understands how to ignite inquisitiveness in individuals. She concurs that the human administration is an official body that possesses a remote, yet non-antagonistic rapport with a martial arts domain. Lee observes that this signifies that they don't become overly familiar, yet they don't remain overly distant either. He states that it appears like the custom of the elite to preserve their dominance hasn't altered. The Sword Matriarch glances sideways at him and ponders why. He speaks as if he's from millennia past. She ponders who he is precisely. He tells her she can proceed directly to the matter and inquire what she wishes him to perform. Meanwhile, the Planetary Defense Commandant, Major Bernardo, gazes out of his bureau's case. The Sword Matriarch tells Lee that she would desire him to assist her misdirect the focus of the Planetary Defense Forces so she can reach Rachel outside his bureau. Major Bernardo observes some activity occurring in a facility. He speaks to an individual behind him and tells him that he has just obtained a report that the laboratory was utterly demolished. Behind him, Rachel is seated while Rachel stands behind him. He informs the commandant that they met an unforeseen complication. Richard tells him that he had to obliterate the proof, since preserving the confidentiality of their endeavor is utmost priority. The commandant jests that it appears like his lingua wasn't harmed, since he's capable to articulate quite effortlessly. He inquired of him if his lingua will still function, as well before the project financiers. He states that the uncertainties, that even one of his numerous existences will suffice to placate their fury once they discover that he raised the laboratory. Ritual tells him that the endeavor hasn't entirely faltered. He says the Steel Metropolis endeavor is merely a segment of the project. Richard states that they've amassed sufficient information through trials, so you could assert that the endeavor is a triumph. Richard adds that they will now commence with the principal project, which is the Iron Phantasm She Endeavor, and proceeds to depart before he exits. Major Bernardo halts him to request a boon. He asks Rachel if he can fabricate another duplicate of the item he has with him. Alluding to Rachel, Rachel appears affronted by the remark, but he doesn't pivot to exhibit his dissatisfaction. The commandant adds that he's been confined in the midst of desolation for too extended, and he's becoming listless. He states that if it's too arduous to fashion a new one, he can just entrust him his own for a few rotations. Rachel tells him he'll contemplate it and departs with Rachel. He appears genuinely irritated by the petition, but resolves not to create any disturbance. He reflects to himself how much of a reprobate the commandant is. The commandant wonders why Richard is regarding something that's not even sentient, like an individual, and deems it presumptuous. Meanwhile, in an alternate locale, it precipitates copiously in this area. Seryong appears to be restored again and furnished with her pliant blade. She is saturated in the deluge and just gazes around vacantly. She ponders why her recollections are so somber, as the deluge persists in striking her. Abruptly, the Sword Matriarch materializes before her. The Sword Matriarch tells her that she seems like someone with a nonchalant manner, but it transpires that she's been concealing behind a substantial facade. All this duration alluding to her persona as a Sichuan Tang clan noblewoman. Seryong just appears absent-minded and doesn't seem to grasp what she's discussing. The Sword Matriarch instructs her to accompany her because she's arrived to retrieve her Seryung declines and says she must safeguard the transference portal, which is directly behind her. The Sword Matriarch tells her that this is not actuality, but her phantasm. She adds that she no longer possesses anything to safeguard. She tells Seoyoung that she has forfeited everything, and that's why she's ensnared in her phantasm. So she requests her to return with her. Seryung angrily refutes and says she must safeguard the portal, even if it demands her existence, because no one can traverse through it. Abruptly, Seryung's eyes widen when something unforeseen transpires. The Sword Matriarch embeds her blade into her thorax. Seryung gazes at the blade in her thorax in astonishment. The Sword Matriarch tells her that she'd have to retrieve her coercively if she perseveres suddenly. Seryung awakens in the conduit on the Sword Matriarch's vessel. She regains sentience and attempts to propel herself, wondering where she is subsequently. The Sword Matriarch proceeds to her energizing station to replenish her internal power reservoir. After utilizing some energy to rescue Seryung, the apparatus indicates that her internal power reservoir is replenished. 3.6 cycles have been replenished, and she's at 84%. Abruptly, Seryung enters the chamber, and the Sword Matriarch queries her how she's faring. Seryung doesn't articulate for a duration, because it's an uncommon prerogative to have a personal audience. With the Sword Matriarch tells her that her reattached appendage will feel alien for a period, so she counsels her to concentrate on recuperation until her neural matrix stabilizes. Seryung thanks for preserving her existence and vows to recompense the obligation. The Sword Matriarch tells her that she's overvaluing herself because obligations are only exchanged between individuals of comparable status. She informs her that, irrespective of her connection with the Sichuan Tang lineage, she's imperceptible to even the peripheral glances of her contemporaries, which signifies she's quite diminutive. She also adds that there was no rationale to expend all her internal energy to rescue her. Seryung then queries her why she opted to rescue her if that is the circumstance. She's only met with a retort that she's not eligible to pose that inquiry either. The Sword Matriarch observes that the Sichuan Tang dynasty is genuinely merciless to even nurture the half-blood toxin that was in her core. She says that it was so arduous to extract that she nearly couldn't retrieve it. She gazes into a proximate chalice, where she preserved the organism accountable for the toxin. She says that the hearsay about the most lethal toxin that is only bequeathed to the head of the Sichuan Tang dynasty. Our factual Seryung becomes uneasy with the discourse concerning matters that are intimate to her lineage and her history. She courteously requested the Sword Matriarch to return her the toxin because it's her essence shortly thereafter. The apparatus proclaims that the internal energy reservoir is completely replenished. The Sword Matriarch detaches the conduits and tells her that she's already triggered the half-blood toxin when she selected demise, which signifies she had relinquished the toxin. She tells Seoyoung that it is no longer hers. Seoyoung just gazes at her in desolation, realizing she can't resist or remonstrate. The Sword Matriarch tells her that the toxin has become hers, but much to Seoyoung's astonishment, she tells her that she will bestow it to her. The Sword Matriarch says that in reciprocation, she would have to divulge to her everything that she knows about that man, and tells her not to omit a solitary particular. Seryung just gazes at her and ponders who she's discussing. Her eyes suddenly blaze open when she realizes she's discussing Li. Meanwhile, Li comes back to the Manhwa sphere to have a deliberation with Sovereign Young. The Sword Sovereign tells him that he wished to meet him once more, to recompense the benevolence that they acquired, referring to him as the venerated master. Li tells him to dismiss it, because he performed it because he desired to. He maintains that a serving of tea is adequate for him. The Sword Sovereign tells him that he grasps that, but the capacities of obligors and obligees are distinct. He also adds that the Manhwa faction is not accustomed to owing obligations. Sovereign Yang says that he will recompense the obligation by providing sincere counsel. He tells him not to get proximate to the West Heaven Sword Matriarch. He says that she's a toxic arachnid that dwells in the profound, gloomy chasm. Meanwhile, Seryung departs the chamber where she conversed with the Sword Matriarch and proceeds out on her trajectory. She perceives an unusual silhouette by her flank. When she glances to her flank, She perceives Elena, who is positioned there appearing sorrowful. The Sword Sovereign tells Lee that the Sword Matriarch taints everything, that she approaches with obscurity. Meanwhile, Sarayon completely disregards Elena and ambles past her, evading any complication. Elena abruptly tells her not to be comforted that she endured, because shall perish by her agency. This substantiates the Sword Sovereign's assertion that the matriarch taints everything she approaches, even her own kin and lineage. In the vessel, Sarah Young queries Elena why she's menacing her. She asks if they have some kind of obligation to resolve, and says she doesn't recall anything of that sort. Elena just tells her that the rationale she's not arrived to settle their reckoning is because her progenitor saved her. Both maidens just gaze at each other in quiescence. Sarah Young at last ambles away and says that she and her progenitor are genuinely similar. Elena angrily tells her not to disregard her and reminds her that she will perish by her agency. Seo Young continues ignoring her and tells her whatever she utters is acceptable. Before she departs, the skipper turns back to pose her an inquiry. She pivots back and confronts Elena, who is giving focused attention to hear her inquiry. Sarah Young insists to know why she persists speaking to her casually, and asks her how advanced in age she is. Meanwhile, on the Manhwa, Spherely thanks the Sword Sovereign for his counsel, but tells him that he'll manage his method. Sovereign Young adds that he doesn't know the petition that she made from him, but he knows that her genuine aim must be something different. He says that she's likely pursuing someone important to her. He tells Lee that there's a myth in Jeonghu that states that any male who encounters the West Heaven Sword Matriarch will never elude her dominion. This is due to the standard of aspirations she's pursuing. He notes that he had also come in contact with her. In his earlier years, she told him that she desired to sire his progeny, because a progeny born from their amalgamated genetics would be the most flawless entity in this cosmos. He says she was stunningly comely and effulgent. He says that even though he was already affianced at that juncture, it was arduous to decline her. He admits that even presently, he still occasionally laments spurning her. Sovereign Young states that hearsay has it that over 100 males have yielded to her. Meanwhile, Richard enters his installation on the satellite in Nebula. The Sword Sovereign tells Lee that all these males furnished her with their genetics. In Richard's laboratory, he takes a glance at Rachel, who appears to be a facsimile of the Sword Matriarch that he fashioned. He seems to have a bitter expression on his visage, as the manifestation of Rachel evokes some unpleasant recollections. The Sword Sovereign tells our protagonist that the Sword Matriarch invariably forsakes these males after she acquires their essence. He says this is why she was bestowed the epithet Black Widow, just like a Black Widow arachnid. She consumes her partner after coupling with them. Lee queries if that signifies that she has numerous offspring. The Sword Sovereign corroborates that she has over 100, likely as many as the essences she amassed. Lee is astounded and asks if it's even feasible for her to bear so many progeny, since she appears so youthful. Sovereign Young tells him that's not how she acquires the offspring. He clarifies that she employs genetic cultivation to fashion them in vitro. With this technique, she could even produce 100 simultaneously. Our fellow is captivated by the entire affair, and he observes that the cosmos has genuinely become peculiar. He asks the Sovereign why she resolved to have so many progeny, when nurturing offspring is not a facile endeavor. Young tells her that she's pursuing the ultimate entity, who will be a flawless specimen. She's doing it so she can realize an aspiration she could never attain. But thus far, she's never been able to fashion a duplicate that contented her. It seems that this is when humanity captured her attention. The Sovereign reminds him again to exercise caution, because it is perilous to get proximate to her. Lee observes that this is such a pity and rises after having his beverage. The Sovereign is taken aback and asks him what is a pity. Lee just ambles away and says that it would have been agreeable if she were his preference, because he occasionally wishes he would possess his own. Progeny Sovereign just gazes at him, uncertain of what retort to provide to that. Meanwhile, Seo Young returns to the vessel and sees her companions after a long interval. Robert swiftly clasps her while Sunja grasps her limb. He exclaims upon perceiving her and tells her he knew she'd endure and that he trusted in her. Seo Young asks him if he could retreat for a moment, because he's making her uneasy. He declines and asks her why she would be uneasy when her compatriots have longed for her. They continue to embrace her and adulate her. But Lee just consumes his frankfurter as customary. She finally extricates herself from their grasp, and she tells Lee that she gathered that he rescued her. What a peculiar manner of expressing gratitude. She approaches nearer and tells him she only has one inquiry to pose. She tentatively asks him if he's more senior than her. Lee just appears perplexed and doesn't utter a syllable. He's likely pondering what she's chattering about presently. She answers her own inquiry and says she knew it, because him not refuting it is like a validation. She says he's more senior, perhaps like avuncular senior, or even grandsire senior. She suddenly snatches the platter of frankfurters before him and tells him not to consume it any longer. She tells Sunja to bring him salubrious, natural sustenance instead of processed fare because of his well-being. Seo Young tells Lee to set down the final morsel of frankfurter. That's on his utensil. He suddenly starts to manifest his martial aspect, and he tells her to withdraw if she doesn't desire to perish. Robert and Sunja just observe in bewilderment as both of them clash heads once more. It seems Sir Young is only capable to convey affection through aggression. Meanwhile, in the 32nd precinct of the heavenly demon Sect, John Retak is astounded when he obtains some fresh intelligence. He falteringly asks the Sword Matriarch to reiterate what she just uttered. She tells him that she acquired intelligence about who Lee is. She says about 2 millennia ago, there is a male who willingly immured himself in a subterranean stone repository of the Mount Tai stellar system. On Terra, she says his appellation is Limak Ji, and he's unquestionably connected to the heavenly demon Sect. He says he grasped that portion and asks her to reiterate what she uttered. Subsequently, she tells him that Lee identified himself the heavenly demon supreme. Young nearly suffers an apoplexy and his eyes widen from astonishment.